really need a hair tie in here. Hair tie.
那里စီပြပါလားဘယ်လိုစီးရလဲဆိုညီမကလေခြေပွားပါတာဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်ခြေပြားဖို့ကြီးရေပေါ့နော်ကြီးရဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်ညီမကကွင်းတိုးဖက်တွေရှုဖက်တွေအဲ့လိုဖက်နက်လေးစီးလို့မရအောင်ချိန်ညက်ပဲစီးလို့ရတယ်ဖက်နက်လေးစီးပြပါလားဘယ်လိုစီးရလဲဆို
they're straight up calling for the end of Israel and the destruction of America.
What? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? What? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen?
We are Transformers! This film has an incredible cast to be voicing Optimus Prime. This is another.
I'm never gonna agree that, like, how you think women need to be all, like, pure and feminine. I'm not gonna agree with that.
Would you agree with men have to be all strong and masculine?
Not like 100.
Gotcha. You expect the men to be strong and masculine. Why can't we expect the female to be feminine and pure? Stupid.
Go in your room. Go. I'm never gonna agree that, like, how you think women need to be all, like, pure and feminine. I'm not gonna agree with that.
Would you agree with men have to be all strong and masculine?
Not like 100.
Gotcha. You expect the men to be strong and masculine. Why can't we expect the female to be feminine and pure?
Exactly, bitch.
Stupid.
But
Go
these,
in
hey,
your room.
these modern bitches is just, they so, I don't understand it. But my man, I never watched a whole episode of the No Fugazi podcast, but I like those little clips. Because of course he takes the best clips out of his show. But those clips be hitting hard as hell, and them chicks have no defense most of the time. Like, listen to yourself. That's what they be talking so fast, they overtalk themselves, and they don't even listen to what the fuck they're saying. And he gets them, he slips them up sometimes. Oh, so you don't want to be soft and feminine, but you expect every man to be fucking masculine and strong as fuck, right? Exactly. You don't want no fucking pussy-fied, soft-ass, feminine-ass fucking man. You want a man. A man's man. But you telling me I shouldn't expect that from you. I shouldn't expect you being a soft female for me. You're gonna have hard edges and roughness about you. Bitch, I don't want none of that shit. You damn near a bro. You might as well just be my bro. Bro ass bitch. Yo, big ride in the morning, big ride. Oh, this big ass saying, boy, take your ass back to sleep, nigga. What you doing, bro? It ain't, bro. My clock say 6:54. Why in the fuck are you up before 7 o'clock on a Saturday morning, bro? What the fuck is you doing? Rob, what are you doing, bro? Take your ass back to bed, dog. This motherfucker here watching somebody paint. Nigga wake up like, let me see what Bob Ross doing. Bro, oh, I'm English. I keep forgetting, Rob. Man, this fucking half the day over for you. Half the day over for you already. I be forgetting you all the way across the pond. Yeah, what time is it for you? Like I said, it ain't even, it's 5 minutes till 7 for me. It ain't even 7 o'clock yet. He said, I'm a rare cool one. Motherfucker, I like art and crafty, creative shit. I know it, bro. That's why I fuck with you. I'm just getting started. I've been here for a minute trying to organize some shit. I think I'm gonna use my little my French travel easel. I picked up a commission yesterday. I already got started on it, but it's a smaller canvas. Really don't think I'll need my super big ass easel for this, so I think it'd just be easier and more convenient for me to just paint it on this easel. This is my man. This is the love of my life for many years. For a very, very, very long time, this was the only easel I had. This was it, bro. This was This was my main easel for years and years until I got that big boy. And because for a long time I was super scared of painting bigger canvases. And so this was all I needed. And then I started doing some of the larger canvases and I couldn't do it on here. So I was like, fuck, I gotta buy a bigger easel. I found that one on sale for a couple $100s. It was actually close to like $1,000 for that easel, but when I got it on sale, I think I got it for like, it was less than $500, like $300 or something. Whatever I paid for it was definitely worth it. All right, so we got this. See how nice and simple and like right in front of me this is? I think this easel is perfect for this size canvas. So we'll do this. I might reach out to my client and tell them,
Ladies and gentlemen, forget Tiger
hey,
Woods.
I'm starting your piece this morning. If you can follow progress on social platforms if you want. It's the same people from last night. I think, I honestly think a lot of people are more apprehensive about pre-ordering it this time around. I mean, and plus the Warzone Resurgence stuff is free. Call of Duty actually has a free service out there for people, and that gets more playtime than like the regular game mode maps like Team Deathmatch and what is it, Kill Confirmed, or all the other modes. Like, people don't hardly play those as much as the free like Battle Royale portion of the game. And plus the beta doesn't have zombies in it. And even when I was playing the beta last night, I heard 2 different people saying, where the fuck is the zombies? I thought they were gonna give us zombies. I'm like, not in the beta, bro. They're not gonna put zombies or the story mode in the beta. You're gonna have to wait. But so, yeah, I think people are just more excited about zombies than anything else. They don't want new Team Deathmatch maps or new modes like that. They just want the free Battle Royale service, and they want the zombie mode. So even like my gaming buddies, and we're like, Call of Duty is our main thing to play. Like, none of them pre-ordered it yet. Nobody. I'm the only person on my squad right now who has the beta, because everybody's like, I'm not ordering that shit right yet. One of my homies, when I called him yesterday and asked him, I was like, did you order it yet? He was like, nah. I'm like, I'm playing that shit right now, man. He's like, all right, I might pre-order it tonight. But I mean, you only get like a week of the beta, and then they're gonna shut it down for the rest of the month, because shit don't come out until the 30th of next month, right? Well, it comes out in exactly a month, I think, because today is the 31st. So this is the last day of the month. And so, I mean, I liked it. I was busting ass a couple of maps, man. 2 times I came out top of the squad. I think actually I came out best in the game, like in the server, even though my squad didn't win. Cause one time I had like a 2.89 kill death ratio, but I was like, man, I had like what I did one time was like 20 something and 7, and then I went 30 and I think I did 31 and 16 or something. And this is like new controls, new guns, new map, and I was still doing pretty good. I'm still doing pretty good. That shit was hard though. Yeah, like you say, the people who playing now, who's been in there all night and are still playing that shit this morning, there's not, like I say, I know the game is gonna sell well because it's Call of Duty, but right now people aren't just like jumping on the pre-orders. I gotta have it now. I'm like, I did though. My shit been pre-ordered, yo. I pre-ordered my shit not last month, not the month before. What is this? September? I probably pre-ordered my shit in like June, yo. I've had my shit pre-ordered for a minute. I know that for a fact.
Have a friend who had a Christmas party, Christmas Eve every year, and she asked me to make the greens for a party every year. Start with, I slice up my garlic, but no, first I chop up the bacon and get all that fat going. Then I put garlic, some chili peppers, beans in for a couple hours. Then I do vinegar, and then I cheat and do a little Tabasco. Yeah, but Tabasco, well, like I like Louisiana hot sauce, but Tabasco has that right amount of vinegar. Yeah, and so that's how I do my greens. I see why you get invited every year. I have a friend who had a Christmas party.
Yeah. Hey. See? I'm over straight. Hey, you know what I know? You a bullshit ass nigga. He dropped little nigga, get out of here. Little nigga on him, bro. He ain't even get caught. Little nigga whooping him, hear me? Little nigga whooping him, bro. Knocked him out, hear me? Little nigga beating him up, bro. Little nigga whooping him, bro. Little nigga whooping him, bro. Little nigga whooping him, bro. That little nigga knew he gonna get him, hear me? Little nigga whooping him, bro. Little nigga, he got back up. That's right. Do your thing. You better do your thing, nigga. You better do your thing. You better get back up and do your thing, nigga. Do your thing, nigga. Go got golf balls in his hand and all that. Man, that nigga's a buster, bro. That nigga's boo. Pick it up, nigga. I like how they kept away from everybody, hear me? Yeah. That's up with. I'm eating at this moment. Yeah. Hey. See? I'm over straight. Hey, you know what I know? You a bullshit ass nigga. He dropped little nigga, get out of here. Little nigga on him, bro. He ain't even get caught. Little nigga whooping him, hear me? Little nigga whooping him, bro. Knocked him out, hear me? Little nigga beating him up, bro. Little nigga whooping him, bro. Little nigga whooping him, bro. Little nigga whooping him, bro. That little nigga knew he gonna get him.
Yo, fucking this dude up, yo. Fucking that dude up.
Yeah. Hey. See? I'm over straight. Hey, you know what I know? You a bullshit ass nigga. He dropped little nigga, get out of here. Little nigga on him, bro. He ain't even get caught. Little nigga whooping him, hear me? Little nigga whooping him, bro. Knocked him out, hear me? Little nigga beating him up, bro. Little nigga whooping him, bro. Little nigga whooping him, bro. Little nigga whooping him, bro. That little nigga knew he gonna get him.
Look at the guards now. You see the guards, they standing off to the side, just waiting for it to be over. You can see the guards standing right to the side. They just waiting for it to be over. Like, you're not jumping in. It's one-on-one.
Go got golf balls in his hand and all that.
Yo, you had 3 fucking correctional officers right there. 3 of them. But since it was a fair fight with just 2 guys, it was only 2 people fighting each other. Nobody else jumping in. They ain't had no weapons or nothing. The fucking guards sat right there and wait till this shit was over. I kind of like that. The motherfuckers ain't rushed to break that shit up. They said right there, y'all motherfuckers want to fight? Fight it out, bitch. Because when y'all done, both of y'all going to the hole, but both of y'all getting charges. Both y'all getting charges. And I'm not about to tire myself out trying to break y'all motherfuckers up. Go ahead and fight that shit out. Y'all done? You was mad? You tired now? Okay. Now go sit your ass down.
He's holding a whole bottle of old Smirnoff vodka in his hands. I mean, they should really, I know his biopic is coming out, but they should really do a documentary. We need to find these two little women.
Yeah, I want to know who these women is.
And I just want to know, because if you look at Mike on his right, he got Mama Say, and on his left, he got Mamaku Saw. And I'm telling you,
Mama Say, Mama Say, Mamaku Saw.
It
Yo,
went down.
her foot kind
There's
of
a lot of
ashy.
he-hen.
Is that cocaine on her foot? Like, what
It
is
was
that little
always-
white powder on her foot?
Like Mike was getting it in.
Yo, did
He was
you?
getting it in with these baby women.
Two little fine ass midget bitches. And he got a whole bottle of Smirnoff, drinking that shit straight. And this bitch got some powder. Got some powdery shit on her foot, bro. Mike been a goddamn heathen. I heard somebody else tell a story. I heard somebody else tell a story about Michael Jackson beat Tupac up one time, yo. Over a bitch too. Say it was some bitch that Pac wanted to fuck with, but Mike was like, nigga, this my bitch. What is this? You not taking my bitch. And Tupac like, that is. And they fought, yo. Yo, say Michael Jackson beat Tupac up, yo. In a real fucking fist fight, like off the knuckles. Say Pac swung at Mike, but Pac wasn't a big guy. Me and Pac about the same build, you know what I'm saying? That motherfucker like 5'9", 5'10", like 160 pounds, 170 pounds or some shit like that. Most people don't realize Michael Jackson was actually a pretty big guy. Like Mike was 6'1". Michael Jackson was 6'1", like 200 something pounds. He wasn't no little dude, yo. Mike wasn't no little thin ass motherfucker, yo. And they say goddamn Tupac swung at that nigga and Mike swung back and knocked this nigga down. They say Tupac fell and then Mike got in there and started throwing them fucking haymakers, and they say they had to break the fight up. It ain't go for a long time, but if they would have kept fighting, Tupac would have got his ass whipped. He would have got fucked up. His knuckles look big, right? When that motherfucker, all that shit, that motherfucker got some big ass fucking hands, bro. Big ass. You think that little teeny ass pointy nose and them lips make his ass all pretty and shit? You try to fuck with that motherfucker back in the day. He from Gary, Indiana. That motherfucker from Gary, Indiana, man. That's the hood. The hood. And his daddy beat his ass his whole life. You think that motherfucker don't know how to fight? And if he couldn't fight, he can take an ass with it. It ain't just like you gonna push him over and he gonna be like, oh, don't hit me no more. Oh, stop picking on me. Like, nah, that nigga wasn't built like that. He was beat up by his damn daddy. That motherfucker had some thick skin. Tough motherfucker, yo. And beat Tupac up. I said, damn. The motherfucker told that story, yo, it was funny as hell how he told the story too, yo. That shit was too funny. Over a girl. Tupac got beat up over a girl from a dancing, singing ass motherfucker. Kill Tony is the fucking shit, yo, cause he has all the best fucking guests on there, and him and what's the fat black boy with the dreads, yo, they just go at it so fucking hard, yo. It's always over a woman, dog. You know how that shit be. Always over some damn pussy. Man, there's so much pussy out there, man. I don't be fighting over these women. I'll never fight over a woman. If she wants you, have that bitch, bro. Have her. Have her. I don't give a damn. And it's okay if I lose a turn sometimes. You know what I'm saying? If I got a bitch and she give it up to somebody else and come back, I don't be mad all the time. I just lost a turn. It ain't like you took my bitch, man. You just got a turn. She gave you a little something. That don't mean she wants you, motherfucker. She don't love you, bitch. You see where she at now? She came back to me. You just had a turn. That's all. I probably had a turn with your bitch, and you ain't never know about it. All I want is a turn. Let me see if anybody on Instagram want to check some of this shit out. I'm about to go ahead and get started. Well, I'm gonna smoke real quick first, then I'll get started. Definitely need to smoke. Now we're gonna start working on this commission. Ooh, I got a paid project. I love getting paid projects. Somebody giving me money to do this. I ain't gotta do this just for fun. Yo, what's good? What's good, Skinny? Motherfucking Skinny Biz. How you doing this morning? You about to get started on this fresh ass canvas? My Instagram live is acting janky as hell, bro. My Instagram live can't keep a connection right now. Let me see if I can do. Hold on, I'm trying to see if I can stabilize this Instagram connection real quick. Oh, Skinny Biz. Yeah, you sound like a troll, man. He said Grand Rising. Good brother. Now this may be authentically you. I'm not gonna lie. This may be authentically you. But don't worry, when people be like, Grand Rising, brother, Grand Rising, my queen, I start questioning y'all people. Motherfuckers hate saying good morning. See, good morning should never be used. You know what morning is? Morning is a time when you reflect upon the death of a person in good sight. So I understand this man say, Grand Rising, good brother. I'm interested in buying one of your paintings. Come on now. It's too early in the morning to be fucking with my mind like that, man. You gonna buy some shit or not? Huh? You gonna buy something or not? I'll let you know right now, man. I'm pro-black, real as they come, no troll. I feel you. I'm just fucking with you, bro. I like having fun. I've been trying to figure out something different to say other than good morning as well. So somebody told me, they said, damn, I forgot how they said that shit, yo. I don't know, just another way to greet people in the beginning of the day. Without saying morning, because morning does pertain to death and the loss of something, to mourn. So, but yeah, bro, let me know what you, let me know what you want. How would you process? Most people haven't been willing to sell originals. Oh, I sell originals, dog. My shit ain't cheap though. That's the only thing. I sell originals. Big Rob said, ooh, that's why people say that to me. Grand Rising instead of good morning. Yeah, because good morning is, there's nothing good about mourning. When you're mourning something, it's sorrowful. It's the death of, it's the loss of something. So mourning should never be good. But yeah, I'm always willing to sell my originals. It's just that they are not cheap, bro. They are not anywhere close to cheap. They're not as expensive as I want them to be, because I want my originals to sell for like 60 grand. Of course, I'm not charging people $60,000 for a painting, but most of my originals are in the $4,000 to $8,000 range. Well, yeah. Well, if you let me know which pieces you're interested in or which ones you're thinking about, I can definitely send you a price for those, and we can talk some business, man. You know, especially if you're I don't know. Some people, I think some people buy art for vanity reasons or for braggadocious reasons. Some people buy my art to prove that they're not racist and I own a piece of black art or shit like that, but I don't cut those motherfuckers no deals. But when I see somebody who's really, really interested in the art and just wants to own a piece of it for their own enjoyment and not, you know, for some outlandish reasons, I'm always willing to work with people on prices or payment plans or whatever. I just want all of my art to have a good home. That's all I want, man. I just need somebody to take care of this shit for me and just to be able to enjoy it. And that's it, take care of it and give it a nice home where it's safe and secure. So, anybody who is willing to adopt one of my paintings and give it a home and is willing to take care of it, I can always work something out. You know what I'm saying? It still ain't gonna be cheap though. It ain't gonna be cheap, but if I can trust you with my art, I definitely try to look out. That's like this piece right now I'm working on. This is a commission. And I tried to give her the cheapest price I could, but it's 2 faces in there, you know? So I gotta charge for that second face. And I didn't want to charge a lot, but I think I gave her a fairly reasonable price for this, and that's why we're getting it done, you know? What state am I in? I am currently in Pennsylvania. Yo, Lou, what's good, bro? Yeah, I'm from South Carolina, but I've been in PA for a while now. Hey, Jody, good morning. My man Lou, what's good, bro? I just been here running my mouth for about 30 minutes. We about to see what we can do with this. That's it, man. It'll be a good one right here. Not too hard. I try to zoom in on their faces enough so that they fill up. Their face takes up most of it, but I did want to have this embrace right here with her hugging her son. So, Skinny Biz back. I'm gonna stop by in 2 weeks when I get back on the road. Owner, operator. Ooh. Yes, sir. I definitely will. I'll be looking forward to your contact. He say he over the road, state to state, boy. That's why you talk about buying some art. Motherfucker made that bread. My homeboy he get his trucking license. He about to do the same thing. Get his trucking license and go buy a couple rigs. Put them out there. Motherfucker tell me, when you on the highway, when you driving on the highway, he said count all the 18 wheels. And he said, no matter how many you count, it's never enough. It's never enough. Motherfuckers gonna always need some truckers moving some shit. And the ones who do over the road, big bucks. Kiss the wife and the kids. Tell them I'll be back in 2 weeks. be back in a couple weeks. I see y'all. Hold the shit down until I get home. I know how it be. That's one profession I couldn't do though. I hate driving. I get speeding tickets all the time because I drive so fast because I hate driving. I'm just trying to get to where I'm going. I'm going as fast as I can to get to my destination so I can get the fuck out the car. I'm not trying to sit in this bitch all day. It's a I don't know, it's kind of a I don't hate driving. I hate driving slow. I guess I'll say it like that. If I'm going somewhere, I need to get there. I like the speed. I don't like waiting. You know what I hate? I hate motherfuckers who stop at yellow lights. Bitch, blow through your yellow, bitch. I could have made it too, motherfucker. God damn. I could have had that one. Your dumb ass wanna hit your brakes all hard at a yellow light, man. You could have had that shit, bro. Both of us could have had it. And I was sitting here waiting. I'm losing 3 extra minutes of my life sitting here doing nothing because your bitch ass don't want to drive. You could have made it through that damn light, bro. On the highway, I drive the highway to work every morning, yo. And motherfuckers will be doing the speed limit in the passing lane. Oh my God, bitch. Why you in the left lane doing 55? Get your ass the fuck over, man. What are you doing over here? This lane is not for you. This lane is obviously not, you in the way, man. You know, in the goddamn way. Especially the truckers. Especially the truckers who be in the damn left lane. Get your big ass over. Why you in the lane? You trying to pass. You trying to pass somebody. Man, you at work. You working. You getting paid to drive. All in the damn passing lane. Man, I get on the highway. I kick that bitch up to 80. Hit cruise control on that motherfucker, bro. 80 miles an hour. Cruise control. And I'm just floating. After that, I'm floating it out. Alright, so really, I'm just prepping right now. We're gonna try to outline this thing. Real easy. Outline our sketch. I'm not trying to ain't gonna take a long time with this. Cause I wanna my goal today for this project is to at least get the underpainting done. If I can get the underpainting done today, I can probably start like I can probably start detailing it Monday. Or at least that's the time frame I want to work on. Oh, Instagram can't even see what I'm doing. There we go. I think I may think I may start sketching with my paintbrush. I see a lot of artists do that. And I've never actually tried just sketching with the paint. I feel I'm always so nervous. I feel like I'll fuck it up too bad. But then it's just paint. So if you fuck it up, you can just paint over it. You can see like my sketches are really simple. But I do erase. You know, occasionally I will have to erase. So I don't know. I think the next painting I start, I'll just try to do like this with some really thin acrylic as my sketcher instead of using the pencil. I was gonna try to leave some of the background in here, but I think I'm gonna just do a solid color for the background. I need to call or at least text my client and ask for a suggestion for a background color because this piece is for the gentleman in the painting. I want to know his favorite color, or the woman is his mother, who has sadly passed away. So we could know her favorite color, what her favorite color was, and do the background in a shade of her favorite color. So as soon as I finish this, that'll be the next message I send out is, hey, do you know his or her favorite color? Hope everybody having a good day. I say this should be a good day for me. I don't really got a lot planned today. If I didn't pick this commission up, I wouldn't have had nothing planned actually. My plan was to play the beta all day. No lie. I am not lying, bro. That was my plan. I even said that shit, yo. I really wasn't gonna paint today because I was gonna be busy playing the beta, but now I gotta paint because it's a paid commission. Which is cool though, because I say this all the time, man. I'm not religious at all. I don't follow or practice any mainstream Orthodox religion. I really wouldn't call myself very spiritual. There's like no practices that I do on a daily or weekly basis, like whatever. I don't have crystals or sage or daily motivational quotes, or I don't do any of that shit, nothing really at all to say that I'm religious, or nothing to say that I'm spiritual, like true meditation. I would consider my paint sessions to be a form of meditation or self-therapy, but whatever. But anyway, I say that I was trying to get to the point about this commission. So I don't believe in all this religious, woo-woo, spiritual stuff. But it seems like I do get blessings, if that's the only word I can think of to say sometimes. They be making me question some shit. Like, because I had so it was already bill week for me. So I'm already paying some bills and I'm like, fuck, just pay all the bills and just be broke this week. And so I did that, just normal bills. And then I had an unexpected bill come. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? And it's like, oh, hell. I gotta pay this shit now. Damn. So I had to do that. And then, now I'm like, extra broke. Like, what the fuck, bro? And then all of a sudden, it's like, here's a commission for you. And it's like, ain't that some shit, yo? Ain't that something? And you know what? This commission is worth more than that unexpected bill I had to pay. So the universe is like, don't worry, bro. Here, I'll get that back to you. And a little bit more. Here, take a little bit extra. You're gonna have to work for it. You know what I'm saying? I gotta do the work to get the money back, but it's there. And so it's like, I don't know. I feel like somebody or something is always looking out for me. No matter what. Like, when I be needing shit or shit just seems hard for some reason, or, you know, it's like something to always come through. Something to always come through. And so I think I just try to keep a positive attitude. So when shit just seems bad, I just always know, like, don't stress it too much, and just keep doing what you're doing. And something will happen, something to come through you, something good will come eventually. You never know where to come from, but just keep a positive attitude. So I don't know if that's God or Buddha or whoever always looking out for me. Like I say, cause I don't pray to nobody. I don't ask motherfuckers for shit. It ain't like, oh dear God, please God. But your boy just always seemed like super fucking lucky. Somehow. Somehow. That shit has amazed me my whole life. I didn't realize that shit like until I was in my mid-20s. And I was going through a lot of shit. And there's a couple of times like I should have been in jail. I should have been dead. But always pull through some kind of way. YouTube, how we doing this morning? This stream, we already know, everybody. This stream is for entertainment purposes only, for YouTube and Instagram. Entertainment purposes only. I am not a professional, and I do not hold any degrees in any field, so I do not give out any advice, whether it be political, medical, scientific, financial, religious, or otherwise. So I always tell everyone, all of my viewers, do not believe anything I say at all. If I say something that you think may be true, I always advise you to do your own research and figure things out for yourself, because I am wrong most of the time. Why? Because I'm only doing this for fun, and this stream is for entertainment purposes only. You got it? YouTube, Instagram? Don't be throwing no goddamn fact checkers and misinformation and none of that shit on my videos. Don't be censoring my shit or shadow banning my shit. It's just for fun. Listen, don't take this shit serious. That's why I always put, this is not for kids. All right. Got on the goddamn Classic Bulls shirt. All right, and then these lines here, I could have been a little straighter. We'll get it right though. We'll get it right in the end. You know what I'm saying? It ain't gotta be straight. Just gotta look straight. I need to wet this brush a little bit more, a little more moisture, you know? A little moisture don't hurt nobody. Make it wet. Make it wet so it can slide real easy. You know what I'm saying? I gotta be able to slide across this canvas. The wetness helps. Almost. All right. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that line. That's not bad. I think that outline actually looks pretty good. Let's see, we'll let that dry for a minute. Yo, what's good? What's good? Keep a little photo log of this process. All right, so mostly just the letters that I had to block in. I'm gonna let that dry for a little minute, and then we're gonna tone the whole canvas, and then we'll let the tone dry, and then we'll start with the underpainting. All right, so while this part is drying, I could. What the hell? So that's okay. So I need to raise this up a little bit, I guess. Like that. But then it's gonna be too high. So now I'm actually gonna have to lower the back leg. So I can lower the front. Alright. Maybe like that. I guess that's low enough. And now I got my guard there so it doesn't fall over in my damn face anymore. Next I'm gonna need Yo, Art Man, what's good, bro? Working on a new commission this morning. Mom and son. For a friend of mine's. Well, a friend of a friend. So I did a painting for a high school classmate, and one of their friends saw the painting and reached out to me and said, hey, can you do one for me? So we're getting started on it this morning. The one and only Nicole had a restricted message. Nicole, my YouTube chat has word restrictions, so I'm the only motherfucker in this goddamn stream who can say a fucking curse word. So if you're trying to use any profanity like bitch, slut, ass, dick, you can't say no curse words. You can't say faggot. So you gotta try again, or your messages are gonna stay getting rejected. And you can't call me a nigger or a nigga or none of that shit. All those words are restricted. So if you do want to curse me out or you want to call me a nigger, you gotta like use phonics and like spell it a different way or something like that. Like Nikker or something like that. I don't know. Yo, Art Man, appreciate it, dog. Props out to you, man. Shout out to you too, fam. Hope you're having a good Saturday. You know what I'm saying? I'm up in the studio trying to make something happen, dog. You know what I'm saying? Starting out the damn day trying to be creative. But check it out though. Like this is what I'm saying on my YouTube channel. The message was retracted, yo. What happened? Like they trying to curse me out. Don't curse me out. Not on my own channel. You can't allow. Now Instagram is different. You can, I guess Instagram will let you say all kind of curse words. I don't know how to set the parameters on there. All right, this should be dry enough so we can start toning it. Maybe I'll give it another little minute. Give it another little minute, and then we'll tone that canvas. Yo, then we gonna get a fucking underpainting on this thing today. I say this is a commission. We are working on, currently I'm working on this piece. Another installment to the Whisper series. I've been working on that scarf that guy is wearing. But when we get commission work, yo, all that shit gets set to the side, bro, so I can make the dollars. You know what I'm saying? Gotta make the clients happy. But I can't wait to get back to this piece though. This right here is, like I said, I've been trying to detail this scarf over the past couple of days. Finally got like the first and second layer of details in that hat. So it's starting to look like a knit hat now. Oh, you already know, Dow. Hey. I do it for fun. You know what I'm saying? I do this for fun. But when the money comes, the fun shit gotta get set down for a minute. We'll come back to it. It's still right there. It ain't going nowhere. It'll be there. Let's get these people right though, so they can have some art in their house. You know what I'm saying? So they can have some custom, one of a kind, original, high level museum quality artwork. I want everybody to have it. You know, I want everybody to have this shit. So that right there, fine. We'll come back to that. Today, we gotta get a good bit done on here. Like I said, we're gonna tone this canvas. We're gonna get some colors, and we're gonna at least get this underpainting done. That is my goal for today. Yo, Keisha, how's it going this morning? How is it going? My homeboy, so for the past couple of months, I've been taking like my old songs. I used to be a rapper back in the day, or I wanted to be a rapper. Well, I was a rapper because I do have material that's recorded and you can listen to. So, but I'm taking my old lyrics and I've been plugging them into this AI music generator. And yo, the shit doesn't sound bad, yo. When you hear it, you can see the future of this because this is now. This is right now. So this is the worst it will ever be. So next summer, it'll be better. And then the summer after that, it'll be even better. And I think that in the next year or so, we'll have full albums that are made completely with AI, yo. So it's lagging. The YouTube, man, my YouTube has been really fucking janky lately. Not gonna lie, yo. I can't really stream like on my old system, so I've been trying to use the iPad to stream, and it's janky. I don't know. I see you in here. She said up earlier. Oh, I wish I was a full artist all the time. Nah, I work Monday through Friday. I got a regular job like everybody else, yo. I gotta go to work. I wish I can get it like this. But that's why I plug away at it as much as I can, hoping that one day this will be my full-time. Like doing this full-time, I would consider like my retirement. So I keep saying I want to retire at 55, but my retirement is me painting full-time. So yeah, I've been making these AI songs with my lyrics, and I've been wanting to write some new stuff. So one of my homies is a producer, and he sends me beats. I'll buy beats from him, but like I really support his music, and he's really, really good. And so a lot of the time he'll just send me like a couple of beats just for me to listen to, like, yo, check this shit out, yo, this beat hot as fuck. And I just use them to freestyle or write to sometimes. And so he sent me this fucking hard ass beat that I've been writing to. And so once again, the lyrics that I'm writing, I'm going to take these lyrics and plug them into the AI music maker and just make a song. And I don't have to go to a studio. I don't have to pay for a producer. I don't have to wait for somebody to mix and master my shit. All I got to do is just type in my lyrics and then hit the enter button. And then I got a whole fucking song. So, yo, actually, one of my homeboys, he sent me some poems he wrote. And I took his poems and I made, they like love poems too. So I made like some R&B songs with his love poems. And they don't sound bad, yo. They don't, that's the thing, like, it don't sound fucking terrible. It's like, how is this technology so cool and so fucking fun right now, yo? I'm really, really thoroughly enjoying, like, just making AI music right now. So these are not my words. These are not my words. My friend wrote a poem. He sent me the poem. I took his words and I put it in here and I made a song with his words. I didn't write any of this at all. This is not me.
Yeah. All right, all right. I know.
Crazy, right? This shit is wild. Yo. Why this shit sound like R. Kelly? Yo, why it sound like R. Kelly?
Whisper secrets to the stars above. Our souls entwined in eternal love. When we in the quiet of night, beneath the velvet sky so bright. Whisper secrets to the stars above. Our souls entwined in eternal love. When we in the depths of despair.
Usher? Ooh.
Solace in the other's care.
Yo, you know they gotta be getting some lawsuits.
Time cannot erase a sanctuary, a sacred we face, hold each other in a warm embrace, our hearts beating as one, a symphony that's just begun. When we in the quiet of night, beneath the velvet sky so bright, whisper secrets to the stars above, our souls entwined in eternal love. When we in the quiet of night, beneath the velvet sky so bright, whisper secrets to the stars above, our souls entwined in eternal love. When we, in moments of pure bliss, share a slow and tender kiss, the world fades away, it's just us two, in a timeless dance so pure and true. When we, in moments of doubt and fear, find strength in the other near, together we can weather any storm, for in each other we are reborn. Let our love be a poem written in the stars, a melody that echoes near and far, entwined forever.
That's all it is, yo.
And I, when we together reach for the sky, when we in the quiet of night, beneath the velvet sky so bright, whisper secrets to the stars above, our souls entwined in eternal love. When we in the quiet of night, beneath the velvet sky so bright, whisper secrets to the stars above, our souls entwined in eternal love. When we, in moments of pure bliss, share a slow and tender kiss, the world fades away, it's just us two, in a timeless dance so pure and true.
You can't tell me like, yo, you can't tell me like this shit don't really sound like real fucking songs.
In the realm of the pixels and dreams, where avatars of the finest gifts, is where my baby homies true, found by friendship tried and true. In the realm of the pixels and dreams, where avatars of the finest gifts, is where my baby homies true, found by friendship tried and true. Through dungeons deep and battles fierce, we conquer foes without fear or pierce, united in our quest to explore the realms of fantasy evermore. With laughter ringing through the night, our banter echoing in the starlight, we chase victory side by side, in worlds where courage does abide. In victory and defeat we stand strong, together we triumph, never alone. For in this digital tapestry we weave, our bonds of friendship will never leave. So raise a toast to my gaming crew, in pixels and screens our spirits anew. For in this virtual land we roam, my gaming homies forever home. In the realm of the pixels and dreams, where avatars intertwine as gifts, is where my gaming homies true, bound by friendship tried and true. In the realm of the pixels and dreams, where avatars intertwine as gifts, is where my gaming homies true, bound by friendship tried and true. With laughter ringing through the night, our banter echoing in the starlight, we chase victory side by side, in worlds where courage does abide. With laughter ringing through the night, our banter echoing in the starlight, We chase victory side by side in worlds where courage does abide.
No, water and paint. So for the when I tone like this, I'm using just acrylic paint, some Winsor Newton acrylic, and this is literally just the bottom half of a water bottle. I just pour a little water in there, and I do the acrylic tone because it dries fast. So in maybe 10 minutes, maybe in 10 minutes, I can start painting. So yeah, those were the few little tracks. My homie sent me 4 poems, and I made all of them into these little songs. But they're not like rap songs, because they're, like I said, he has like R&B lyrics. So, well, not R&B lyrics, but like love song lyrics. But I am currently writing a new song, Yo, Ladyface. So I am currently writing a song right now. Yo, my homeboy sent me this fucking banging ass beat. Well, he didn't, initially, he just shared it on his Facebook story. And that shit was so hot, I was like, bro, you gotta let me hold that beat, bro. I need that shit to write to. And so he sent it to me the other day. And this shit is, it's a killer beat. So I'm gonna write a song to the beat. So I already have I got one verse, and I wrote a hook, a little hook. So today, after I finish painting, I'm gonna try to write a second verse, and then we'll see if we can put this song together. It's gonna be called Deep State. So he sends me these beats in Instagram Messenger. Where is this at? No, can I go here and find it? Here it is. Here it goes. He actually sent me another one the other day too. That's fucking hard as shit too, but where is it at? I went too far. What the hell? There it goes. I gotta wash this brush out too for this dries. I'm gonna run downstairs. So far the hook says, presidential assassinations on replay. No time to delay in this global relay. Analyze the facts, not the he say, she say, and listen to the new mixtape from the Deep State. This shit gonna be crazy. But this the beat I'm writing to right now. This right here is too hard, yo. I used to write poems. Ooh, adulting baby style. Why this shit sound so fucking epic? I feel like a gladiator when I'm listening to this shit. So there's a lot of scratching out, there's definitely a lot of revision I have to do in here. Central banks and global corporations truly run the nations. Military complex spread like contagions. With the wars they're waging, Gaza Strip in flames, and we already know just who to blame because it probably was the same masterminds who did that thing with the Nord Stream pipeline. Ultimate deception, playing it like some white lies. The propaganda keep the masses watching all the news with politicians in suits, preachers in the pulpits. Just a bunch of bullshit and illusions, conspiracies and collusions. They propagate delusions to keep us in confusion. The grand chessboard, the creature from Jekyll Island, like Epstein, Noriega, CIA, the co-pilot. Heavily redacted files and show trials. Jones, Trump, Assange. Show trials for disgrace. Jones, Trump, and Assange put on display. Brainwashing tactics got all the hate misplaced. And this is the new mixtape from the deep state. Something like that. Like I said, I just wrote this, so I don't have any of it memorized. Into the last part, I try to squish all of it on the bottom line so I didn't have to flip the page. Well, I say The Grand Chessboard was a book written by Zbigniew Brzezinski. He was in a lot of the Democratic administrations for about fucking 60 years. Like, he was a big insider. He helped groom Obama. The Grand Chessboard. The Creature from Jekyll Island. Dang, I forgot who wrote that. Is that Griffin who wrote that? J.R. Griffin. But the Creature from Jekyll Island actually explains the formation of the Central Reserve Bank and how we got that shit, and how these money families met off the coast of Georgia on this little island and actually came up with the plan to install the central bank as the money maker for this nation. So try to drop that in there. Yeah, The Grand Chessboard, The Creature from Jekyll Island, like Epstein and Noriega, CIA the co-pilot, because Epstein had help. Just like when they started bringing all the fucking drugs in here in the 70s and the 80s, and they go take fucking Noriega out, but the CIA was helping that motherfucker bring this shit in. You know what I'm saying? This is the deep state. This is the deep state. And then people like Alex Jones and Donald Trump and Julia Assange, y'all get these motherfuckers show trials and put them on display and misplace the hate, acting like these the fucking enemies when they the ones really trying to drop the truth and expose shit and teach us shit. And this is the new mixtape from the deep state. My timer's running out. It says I have 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining in this stream. I don't know why it gives me like an hour or two. I'm gonna just stop right now and start it back up because we are about to load up some colors and start swiping across this canvas in the next few minutes. So if you want to stay tuned in for that, I'll be right back. more because that's still a little wet. So I guess I can just start loading up some colors right now at least. Get their skin tones. Just still wear my regular palette. He's very, very chocolatey too. He's gonna need a lot of Van Dyke brown and purple. A lot of Van Dyke brown and purple to get that chocolate skin to pop. And we back for round two. We back like I left something. You know what I'm saying? Back for the first time. You know what I'm saying? I'm back like I live here. Now we doing that. Instagram ain't gonna stop the art, man. Y'all can stop the stream. I'll be right back. Go ahead. You can count down all you want. 1 minute 30, 29, 28. Count down all you want. Count down. I end this bitch and start it back up. Like I ain't never been here yet. Count it down. I don't care. We hop right back in this bitch. Play around. I'm gonna show this art today. Somebody gonna see this shit today. If it ain't nobody but me and you. You know? Shit. Bob Ross in it. Slumville style. I don't got a whole studio production crew and team. We in here, goddamn Slumdog Millionaire. Slumdog Millionaire, this bitch. Somebody gonna have to say that shit one day. I remember when he just used to stream on like Instagram and shit. Now look at him. He the new Bob Ross. Be just like Bob. I got some brown, some purple, some yellow, some red. I'm gonna need a lighter yellow. A lighter yellow and maybe a smidget of white. I don't know about that yet. Yeah, I guess a little teeny dap of white. I'm gonna put some white. I'm gonna put a little bit of orange on here too. Some orange. Get that. Get some of this cadmium. Ooh, wow, that's nothing but oils came out that first squeeze. I need some pigment, bitch. Just dumping all oil on there. Wait it down. Can I get some paint with it? There you go. You're gonna need paint with that shit too. All right, so we got some starting colors on the palette. It's gonna look like this to start with. My paint's already running. A Van Dyke brown, some oxide purple. This is yellow ochre, Venetian red. This is Naples yellow, titanium white, and some cadmium orange. And we're going to use these colors to start our underpainting. Oh, I meant to, Damn, I'm doing a stream right now. You know what? Damn. I meant to ask the client what color background they want. Oh, I'm only talking to them through Facebook. I can do it here. Mm. Do you have a specific color for the background? Maybe her favorite color? Let's see what she says. I'm hungry. I'm really hungry. I'm trying to think, is there... I ate my last apple yesterday. Fuck. I don't have any fruit. I finished off my blueberries the other day. Ate my last apple and banana yesterday. Trying to think of something that's fast that I can just eat really quickly. A non-cooked breakfast. Let me think. I got some strawberry yogurt and granola. I can have that for a quick breakfast, right? Let's see. All right, this is almost ready to paint on. We're getting close. All right, so by the time I run down, you know what? I'll just take you with me. You can just come along with me. sell this house and buy me a ranch style house. I just need one level, man. I need one level. All right, so I made some Spanish rice. It's breakfast now. It was dinner, but now it's breakfast. Okay. Since she doesn't have a real preference for color, her favorite color was pink. Let's see. I could do a pinkish color. I don't know. We'll try something. That bad boy ready now. It's just waiting for me. Not coming. Give me a second. All right. I already got my paints on the palette. All I gotta do is stuff this shit in my fucking face. I heat it up too much. God damn. paint done slid. Yo, my man Lions. Ooh, residual caught me in the end. Yeah, so that's the beat I'm writing to currently. I love it. I've listened to it like, here's another one. You done? All right. I listened to it like 30 times and I still enjoy it. You know, that's how I know I can write to that shit. Baby oil? Baby oil is really good for cleaning your brushes, believe it or not. It's a really good thinner, and it does thin down brushes really well, the oils. Boom, you see, I keep me some out. Keep that baby oil, and actually, that's what's in here. So this is thinner. So how I wash my brushes, I wash it in thinner, I wipe it off, and then I wash it in baby oil. And baby oil gets those real fine particles of pigment out, and then wipe it off again, and then set it to dry. But yeah, baby oil is good. A lot of people don't keep baby oil in the studio with them. It's a little secret weapon, man. People don't know about that shit, man. And it's a good solvent, and it fucking smells good. Like, what the hell? It's a win-win. Like, my brushes are clean and they smell like fucking baby oil. you can't help but like that, you know? You know? The other oil is the liquid part of paint. So that's why I had to actually wipe some of this off. But yeah, the really runny part that you see coming from the paint, the runny liquid part, that's all this is. This is it. It's just the linseed oil. So You see that? The runny part, that's the oils, the linseed. So, and that's what they put the pigment in. So you're just adding more of this to your paint to thin it down and give it a more inky consistency so that it just flows better and has a little bit better coverage. Oh, Mizu, what's good, bro? Working on something new, I see. Yeah, man, I picked up a commission, dog. It's nice to have, yeah, because some pigments would be a little heavier and a little thicker. If like I say, if you want to have a inky consistency, especially when you're doing like high detail areas, you're probably gonna want to use it there. I just had my brush. Let me just drop it right here. Yeah, man, I had to I was on a pretty good roll with that piece I'm working on for myself. And then like, hey, got a commission. So, oh, you know what time it is, bro. Let's make this money real quick. Let's make some of this shmoney. Make somebody happy with a high level custom piece of art. So we about to build another underpainting here this morning. Like I say, my goal is to finish this underpainting today. Let it dry all day tomorrow, and then probably Monday I can come back and start detailing on Monday. But that, like I said, that is if we get this thing, when we get this underpainting done today. And this is a really cool project. Unfortunately, the lady in the photo has passed away. This is her and her son. So the son's wife reached out to me and said, hey, I'm friends with one of your friends. You know, we have a common friend. I saw this painting you did for her, and recently my husband's mother has passed, and I was hoping that you can do this picture I have of them together as a gift for him. And I'm like, yeah, sure. So this is what we're working on. You know, and that's why I like doing commissions, and I try to keep my commissions as cheap as possible. You know, I think everybody should be able to own like original art, and it becomes like a family heirloom. Like rich motherfuckers shouldn't be the only people that have, you know, really high quality family portraits in their home that they can, you know, pass down to kids and grandkids and great grands. Like everybody should be able to do that. And so, and then once the art is in someone's home, and then this happens, their friends and their family see it, and they're like, well, I want one. How much did he charge you for that? Oh shit, hell, I can afford that. Yeah, let me get one of those. And, you know, and then on top of that, especially now with social media, I mean, there's literally 1,000,000+2 artists out there, and they're doing everything from paintings to sculptures to drawings to digital art. There is no shortage of artists, let me tell you. None. Especially with the AI art and all this shit. There is no shortage of artists at all. So when somebody requests me specifically to do a piece for them, especially something that is as important as this, I am deeply honored every time. I am deeply honored. You could have asked anybody else to do this for you, you know? Anybody. But you have enough trust and faith in me that I'll produce what you want. So Do I always want to do commissions? No, because I like working on my own ideas and making my own art too. But am I always excited when I get a commission? Yes, I am. Always excited, and I'm always like, just like I said, just grateful that somebody picked me. Not trying to sound like a pick me, but hey, pick me. You know, I like it. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Is that a gel medium? No, it's a real liquid medium. It's really watery. It's not as smooth as water, but it's definitely not a gel. It's like you ever buy like really cheap syrup? You know, most syrups have like the viscosity is a little rich, a little thickness to it when you pour your syrup. But sometimes you get cheap syrup, and you can tell when you pour it just spreads out so fast. It's not like water though. You know, it's not as loose as water, but not as thick as a good hearty syrup. And that's kind of the viscosity this has. Yeah, it's definitely not a gel though. You can pour it real easy. Actually, too easy. So it's like I waste this shit all the fucking time. The way the art market is run, it makes it harder for artists to keep their prices reasonable for the average person. Yeah, and on top of that, like the world is in fucking crisis right now. We're funding 2 goddamn proxy wars, and our economy is fucking shit, and people don't have extra money for luxury items such as art. Art is kind of a luxury item. I'm gonna send you what I'm working on in your DMs. I need some advice on the pic I'm doing right now. I got you covered. Do you work from dark to light? What's your preference? That's exactly right. So, did I ever show you my student tutorial with the bowl of fruit? I don't care if I showed it to you before. I'm gonna show it to you again. Goddamn it! Because this is the perfect time right here when you're starting an underpainting. Well, damn. I can't find all of my whatchamacallits. What did I do with that? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, you're right. Is these it right here? Okay, I was going to say, yo, where in the hell is my thing at? I could not find this, and it was like sitting out already. Because I normally keep it in the whatchamacallit. So, so you've already seen like the first process steps. Is that gonna stay? All right, so first off, we start with a very simple sketch. Everybody can go to my PayPal, TravisPrince81@yahoo.com. I still have a Yahoo account, TravisPrince81@yahoo, and y'all can just send me like $50 for this tutorial real quick. Anyway, start out with a very basic sketch. You don't want to spend too much time on your drawing because we're going to paint over it. So don't put hours and hours into the drawing, because no one will ever see it as long as you can understand what it is. So you get a decent enough sketch, and then you want to take your sketch, outline it, and tone it. That way you don't lose the drawing while you're toning your canvas. It's always good to paint on top of a color so that you're not wasting paint. If you leave your canvas white, it's just harder for the oils to cover a white canvas. So just give your canvas a little bit of color, whether it's brown or orange or red or green. It seems easier if you tone your canvas. And basically you're making a coloring book page for yourself. So you get your sketch, you prep it, outline in a tone, and then you do underpainting, which you want to be very dark, as dark as you can get it without losing your lines, without losing the understanding of the image. Can you still make out what it is? Great. But we want to find the darkest tones in the piece. Find those very, very dark tones, and let's lay those down first as our dark underpainting. This is the underpainting. Once again, no one will ever see the drawing. No one will ever see this layer of paint. Once you get it nice and dark, you just block it in. You're not looking for details or anything defined right now. You're blocking it in. You're building your roadmap, and it should be very dark and very rich. And you want to build up your midtones, and then build up your light tones, and then build up your highlights. And after 2 or 3 layers, then you can have something that looks very like round and fillable. It has that depth to it, that dimension to it. And it's because you're working from the dark to the lights and building on top of those. So always start as dark as you can. Like you can see my palette, that's why I was even hesitating to put white on there. I got a little bit, but these are a lot of dark colors. You don't need a lot of bright colors for your underpainting. So dark to light, dark to light, dark to light. Dark, make it as dark as you can. When you think it's dark enough, make it a little bit darker. And then build your way up from there. And you'll find way more depth in your pieces if you can start it from a really dark beginning. Is that Johnny? How do you orientate the image on the canvas? I really try to get whatever is the focal point. I want that to be kind of center. The way the art mark, I don't know why I didn't see that other comment, but yeah. So I definitely wanted their face, and at first I was gonna have their faces like right in the middle, and because it'd be easier for me, you know. But at the same time, it's like this embrace, where she's hugging her son. I definitely wanted that arm in there to show that embrace. So man, I can't wait to finish writing this song now so I can put it in this AI thing. I'm kind of burnt out on my own music already. Oh, no problem. Hey, each one teach one, each one reach one. Nobody can't take that from you now. You know, once you learn something, and if you can understand it and internalize it, nobody can take your knowledge from you. A king can lose a crown. A teacher will remain intelligent. Yeah, that's how the picture is. her hand is, they caught her hand when it was in motion. So I'm gonna have to, that's the only reason I taxed on a little bit. I actually taxed on a couple extra dollars. Not a lot, but I'm gonna have to like square that hand up mentally. You know, that I call that mental editing. So my lines are already crisp, but I'm just gonna have to make up a lot of those details in there because that hand is really blurry. And so that's why I tell like a lot of clients too, like every picture isn't a good picture. You know, but that's what they want, and that, you know, and sometimes that's all they have. That's the best picture they can find. And, you know, and I get it. I understand that. So I'll make it do what it do, but. And that's why when I look at it, well, how much will you charge me? I'm not giving you a price first. Let me see the damn picture. Let me see the picture. Every picture. Well, how much do you normally charge? I got a flat fee of $500. I'm not gonna touch anything for less than $500. But your picture may be a $900 project or a $1,200 project, or it may be a $600 project, because most of the time people don't meet my bare minimum $500. Like, your picture has to be so fucking simple for me to do it for $500. So that's like my baseline, and everything goes up from the baseline depending on how much mental editing I have to do, how much color correction I have to do. Is there more than one face? Does their shirt have lines and letters on it? Is he wearing jewelry and a gold chain and things like that? All those little details add up. Whereas if you're just standing in the background and you have on a white shirt and your hair is pulled back in a ponytail, I can do something like that for $500. But most pictures aren't like that. Most pictures have a level of detail to it. So, and everything costs. But when I gave them the price, they didn't try to finagle me or anything. You know, they're like, all right, cool. And so, as long as we all happy, you know what I'm saying? I'm happy. I got a deposit. That's why I'm starting it now. So, and I just want to produce a painting that they're happy with. You know? But, I may get a little wider brush. Is that paint on there? Ooh, that is paint on there. Fuck that brush up. Well, that's no good. Yeah, it'll be alright. Excuse me. Yeah, and sometimes you struggle trying to get through it because it's a terrible picture, and you have to tell people, like, I'm an artist, not a fucking magician. Like, you know how this person looks in real life, and so you can see them in this picture. You can actually see the person in this picture. I see fucking pixels, motherfucker. Smeary, blurry ass, staticky, fuzzy ass pixels is just barely making sense to me. I can see a person. I don't see the person the same way you see the person, though. I've never met this person. I've never seen him in life. And now you're asking me to do a fucking magic trick, bitch. I don't know magic. Yeah, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know exactly how it be. I know exactly what you're talking about. Nigga. I don't do card tricks, bro. I got paint.
Millions of people.
The news cycle moves so fast these days, it seems like millennia ago that we heard the crack of a gunshot, the turn of a head. A blood-soaked man arises from behind a pulpit to clench his fist and say, fight, fight, fight. Moments before, appearing in a photograph that different times would have defined the rest of the election cycle, but this is 2024. And time ain't like that anymore. Time passes fast. Well, Dan Bongino, fellow Rumble creator and former Secret Service member, has appeared at a hearing to unpack and understand those events of J13, and he believes it could happen again. There could be another assassination attempt before the election. Now, let me know in the comments in the chat, while you give me a like and subscribe, if you'll be so kind, if you believe that's possible or plausible. And let's have...
I absolutely believe. I already, did I do it for this stream? Damn, because I had to restart the stream. Hey man, this stream is for entertainment purposes only. I am not a professional and I do not hold any degrees or certifications in any fields whatsoever. So YouTube and Instagram, these streams are for entertainment purposes only. Do not believe anything I say. I do not give out any advice, whether it be political, medical, scientific, religious, financial, or otherwise. If you think anything I say is true, I always advise you to do your own research and figure things out for yourself, because I am wrong most of the time. And I do not want you to believe anything I say, because I'm doing this for fun, and these streams are for entertainment purposes only. Entertainment purposes only. I filled out my voter registration yesterday and mailed that shit out. I haven't voted in 20 years. I registered as a Republican, and I think I'll be voting for Tulsi Gabbard and Vivek Ramaswamy and RFK. I mean, Trump is on the ballot as the president, but I'm voting for the team, because it seems like he's built a pretty good team of people, and I really, honestly believe that the deep state has so much control over the fucking Democratic Party right now, and well, over both parties. And that's why even most hard-hardened Republicans don't like Trump, because they know he's about to fuck shit up. And now RFK been talking about the deep state forever, because they killed his fucking uncle. He knows it. He knows the CIA assassinated his fucking uncle. Why? Because his uncle started talking about the fucking deep state. They know. These motherfuckers know. And they don't want him in there so bad. I just want him in there so bad. Finally, motherfuckers who know that the government really don't run shit, that it is the fucking military-industrial complex, that it is fucking goddamn the round table groups like the Club of Rome and all these weird-ass motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? It's Davos and their goddamn 20... Everybody's like, oh, he's going to support Agenda 2025. Bitch, Davos announced Agenda 2030 5 fucking years ago. You think that shit, man? Motherfuckers don't even look at the bigger scheme, yo. This is on some global level shit, bro. These motherfuckers already got bigger plans than that dumbass shit. Bigger plans for the world. And these people are in there saying, hey, wait a minute, let's put our country first, and let's kind of pull back from this global assault on our fucking sovereignty, on our freedom of speech, on our economy. Let's pull our troops back. Let's stop all these dumbass wars. Yo, Tulsi Gabbard, yo, he got a fucking sweet ass team in there. He got a sweet ass team. And now people are speculating like they gonna try this shit again, yo. And they brush that shit over so fucking fast. Like, yo, somebody tried to kill this fucking man, yo. Somebody tried to kill this man. And now they trying to brush that shit over like, it was fake. It was fake. Oh my God, yo. Like, that's how bad they hate him. That's how bad they know, like, he and his squad will really shake the fucking system this time. They will shake the system this time. And so now, that's why the Harris campaign has to, like, mimic some of the stuff that he's saying. And that he's been saying, oh, well, we'll build a wall. We'll build a wall. Y'all don't want the immigrants in? Well, damn. Trump said that shit, and everybody was really loving that shit, you know. But we criticized it and demonized it so much as a vanity project, as if it would never work. But if we want to get some of his voters, we gotta say we building a wall, man. We gotta at least use that part. And now they're just using some of his campaign shit. It's just so weird how the people who are supporting it can't see that they are being propagandized. You telling me this whole time when he said we need a wall, and you said no, we don't, repeatedly, over and over and over and over and over and over. You said we don't need it. It won't work. It won't work. And now you're saying, oh, we need a wall, and I'll build that wall. I'll build it. Come on now. When he said I'll stop taxing waitresses' tips, everybody on the other side said that's fucking stupid. You know how much money that it costs the government each year? You know how outlandish that fucking idea is? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Why would you only do that for that segment of the workforce? They're like, that is ridiculous. And then all of a sudden, the Harris campaign is saying, I'll stop taxing tips. I was like, do we not? Does no one not see? Can y'all not see this? The ones who support her, can y'all not? I don't know. Like I said, I've always stayed out of this shit. I've always stayed out of it. Because I think the whole thing is fucking silly. Really. I think nowadays with modern technology, there's way easier ways for everybody to cast their vote and be a part of the system without it being so scared that, you know, somebody's cheating or something. And then ever since the first time I was able to vote was in the year 2000. And that's, well, maybe like 98, like in high school. When I was in high school, I started like studying or trying to figure out like the Masons and the Rosicrucians and little shit like that. So I was already knowing like, you know, there's like these secret societies. Like the occult is really what I was studying back then. Like once I kind of understood, like I knew a couple of Masons. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? So I was aware of that in high school, and I was a part of the graduating class of 2000, even though I dropped out. That's the year I would have graduated. And so at that time, like I said, I was just really starting to delve into these little subsects and these brotherhoods and stuff like that. And then the next year, 2001, 9/11 happened. ever since then, I've just always questioned the fucking government, yo. I'm just like, you know, shit don't ever really make sense to me with y'all motherfuckers. And y'all want me to vote? I was like, after that, I was just like, I don't think I want to play this game anymore, you know? And then after 9/11, I really started like trying to educate myself on this shit, man. And then once again, you figure out shit like the goddamn Council on Foreign Relations and the Bilderberg Group and how the banks are run, and then you just don't trust none of these motherfuckers. And then you go into like political lobbyists, and Dick Cheney was the president of Halliburton, which is a national defense contractor, and then he become the vice president of the United States, and then we go to war in the Middle East, and we give contracts to Halliburton. It's like, wait a minute. All y'all motherfuckers in cahoots with each other. That's why, man, like, that's why I just never really wanted to play the fucking game. And you can say whatever about Donald J. Trump. But I personally, is he a fucking two-faced piece of shit, lying ass businessman? Probably. Probably. Is he playing the same game these career politicians play? I don't think so. I think Trump playing a whole different game, and that's what they don't like. I don't think he not playing a fucking game because his family had bread forever, yo. He not in nobody's pocket. He don't owe nobody no money. He don't owe nobody no favors. He don't gotta listen to Halliburton, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, Boeing. He don't gotta listen to none of these motherfuckers. And when he say no new wars, you know, that shit don't bother. That shit don't fuck his pockets up. That shit fuck they pockets up. Now, really, really, really think about that shit. Really think about this. For the 4 years he was in there, this motherfucker didn't start no new wars. We didn't start any new conflicts. As soon as the Democrats got in there, all this shit break out. And it started over that Nord Stream pipeline, right? And then come to find out, the U.S. funded that shit to go down like that. And we blamed it on Russia the whole time, knowing that we did that shit that caused Russia to want to invade. We set the whole shit up. The whole shit was a fucking setup. Why? Because they need war. They need to go to war. The military contractors need to send weapons to somebody. I ain't making no money off this shit when these fucking missiles and bombs and shit just sitting in the warehouses, nigga. Somebody need it. Hey, man, yo, what's good? But we don't have any conflicts right now. Motherfucker started conflict, bitch. Like, hey, go blow some shit up, man. Blow that pipeline up, man. Let's get Putin riled up. We can ride this shit out for at least, 5-6 years, maybe. We did Operation Freedom Iraq for 21 years. That was a good run. 21 years. We need something else now, to carry us over for a couple years until we can get World War III started. As soon as the Dems get in there, hey, money just hemorrhaging left and right for war efforts. That's the one thing. If nobody can't see that or say nothing else about this motherfucker, yo, he didn't start no new wars, yo. And now he got Tulsi Gabbard, who is very anti-war, and he has RFK, who is very anti-war. And he's gonna, if they get back in there, and this is why I think the deep state really want to kill this motherfucker and get his ass out of the way, because I really think he will keep his promise of like getting us out of these proxy wars and with Israel and Hamas and Russia and goddamn Ukraine. And he'll make sure no shit don't go down between China and Taiwan that'll call us to be all in the middle of that shit, yo. Like, we don't need all these fucking wars, bro. We need to keep our money at home, put America first, and make sure our fucking people are healthy so Big Pharma isn't patting their fucking pockets off of all the fucking sickness and shit that the FDA let them get away with. It's all in the plan. All in the plan. I swear. And now, there's all these excellent clips of her pandering. And in that interview, it was the ultimate one. It was the ultimate thing that she said, yo. So in the election, in the 2020 debates, when her and Biden kept bumping heads, even though they wound up working together anyway, after her and Biden bumped heads, Biden said something about he knows the only African American woman, or he knows the one other African American woman in Congress that would do such and such. And then Camilla said, the other one is right here. She raised her hand and she said, the other one is right here. He specifically said he was talking about an African American woman in Congress, and she said, "Nuh-uh, the other African American woman is right here." She didn't repeat it, but she said, "No, the other one is right here," which means she was saying that she is African American too. The interviewer asked her that question and said, "Hey, well, Trump said you code switching and you calling yourself black now," and her response was, "That's his same old playbook." And she's like, "That's it?" She's like, "Yeah, that's it. Next question, please." That's his same old playbook. That's not his same old playbook. Your birth certificate says Caucasian. You said you're proudly South Asian, and then all of a sudden you're African American. And then when someone points that out, you're like, next question. Like, you're playing identity politics, and that's not cool. Once again, Trump is an old rich white dude. He has never claimed to be anything else. He doesn't fucking code switch. And that's something else I can appreciate about a motherfucker. I'm from South Carolina, yo. That shit ended. Oh, damn. I'm from South Carolina, so I know a lot of racist motherfuckers, bro. And it's fine. It's fine if you're racist. That's cool. Just let me know. And don't pretend to be something else. Just always be yourself. And that's another thing. Oh, you can't hear it? Yeah, I don't know what happened to my stream, my Instagram stream. That's something else. I don't think Trump racist. But I know, like, once again, he an asshole. And he a money motherfucker. This motherfucker got money. So I think with him it's more of a class thing. Like, bitch, are you self-made? Do you got bread or not? And he treat motherfuckers certain ways. But he don't try to fucking hide that shit though. Like I say, man, I don't know. I'd rather have an honest dickhead than a fucking smiling ass liar. Just be the dickhead that you are, bro. Don't sit here and fake that shit to me. And that's the thing, like, her plans aren't even her plans. And I don't think that she really knows what plans would be set for her administration. She just knows that she wants to go down in history as the first female president of the United States. And if the deep state and all of her billionaire backers can get her in there, she'll just have to bend over and do whatever they ask. And they keep saying, oh, the people are sending this money. No, they're not. No, they're not. Jimmy Dore and those guys already looked into, like, they did the deep dive on the campaign sources, and it's only coming from a few people. It's only coming from like a few sources. They said they found one source that donated $20 billion. They donated $20 billion, but they broke the donation up into like a million different donations. And so it's like $300 here, $1,000 here, $800 here, you know, $1,500 here, $10,000 here, $50 here. But all of those came from the same source. And it's just like, who's giving all this money like that? And it's like these billionaire motherfuckers who were really just trying to get her in there. I don't know. It seems so weird. If she ran in the 2020 election, if she was the best candidate, why didn't we vote her in then? Why wasn't she elected then? She didn't get any votes at all. And I think Biden, after she called him racist, put her on his team to pad the numbers for his votes, because he knew he was losing the black vote a lot of the time too. Especially after he went on the Breakfast Club and saying, oh, if you have a problem trying to figure out if you're for me or the other guy, then you ain't black. You know, like him, this old white dude is telling the black community, you gotta vote Democrat. It's how you're supposed to vote because you're black. And if you don't vote for me as the Democratic nominee, then you ain't black. And it's just like, and then you get this lady on your team who called you racist and who pretends to be black, and you're doing that just to help get more of the black vote. And this is the thing, once again, about the people who support their team, is just like, I don't see why people don't see more that's what they're doing. They keep pandering and pandering and pandering for the vote, and they don't give us anything. And the past 4 years has been the toughest in a while, in a long time. I saw this one business owner. I think the guy owned a restaurant or something, and he was just going over his some inventory from previous years, and I think he, on one order, it was like some plates, something like paper plates or something, and cups, and something else, and like the price difference in just 3 years, it was like things went up like $10, $11 in some instances, in just a couple years. And it's like this hyperinflation we've been on since this administration has been in there. And now so you didn't win the first time, you didn't get any votes, you got put on a team, I think, you know, to help pad the numbers for the African American vote. And now you're back around this time saying, hey, if you do put me in the spot, I'll do this and I'll do that and I'll make sure that this happens. But you've been in there the whole time, and shit has gotten worse. Like New York City, the New Yorkers are crying and complaining that you're putting these immigrants up in these 5-star hotels, and there's like homeless vets on the streets, and you're shutting down schools and putting them in and letting them occupying the schools and making your kids do homeschool. They're going to let these people vote in some states. California is saying, oh, we may even allow them to qualify for homeowners loans. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on right now? What the hell is really going on? But this is the Democratic Party allowing all of this shit. They're allowing it. Our country is slowly crumbling. The last 4 years haven't been good. It just hasn't. And they're saying, oh, well, that's because we're trying to undo what Trump did. Well, who had it before? So Trump only had it for 4 years. So the Obama administration had it for 8 years. And then now you guys had it for another 4 years. So that's 12 out of the last 16 years. 12 out of the last 16 years that the Democrats have been in power. And what? And what? Once again, Obama kept the war effort going, and he actually surged the war effort with thousands of troops, and he was the first president to heavily start the implementation of drone warfare. And so, yeah, throughout his entire presidency, we were still at war in the Middle East. And Trump started to slowly pull soldiers out during his administration. And then the Biden administration pulled out the rest of the soldiers, but did it in such a way that was like fucking ridiculous. Like, you that's not how you leave a country and then leave all our shit there. But I don't know. And once again, everybody says that this guy is the fucking Antichrist. He's the new Hitler. He's the scourge of the earth. He is the most dangerous person to ever have in charge. But he did it for 4 years and things were better. And he didn't like send black people to the gallows or to the gas chambers, or he didn't install himself as the dictator of all time or something. Like, so I don't understand like the fear mongering part too of, we just have to keep him out of there because he's so dangerous, and if he gets in there, he's gonna ban abortions. Oh my god, he's gonna nationally ban abortions. We can't have that. Really? That's one of the biggest arguments now. Roe v. Wade. No, he said that just like a lot of other things, especially education and health, that shit should be left to the goddamn states, man. Let the states decide that shit. That shit should not be on the federal level. Why is the federal government getting involved in this shit, man? Let the states decide. And if women everywhere... Oh, fuck. I'm putting the wrong color down. God damn it. Why did I do that? If women everywhere all agree that some form of abortion should be allowed everywhere, then vote for that shit in your state. Vote for it in your state. Whatever state you're in, bring that issue up in your state and vote for it in your state. And if all women everywhere agree, then the vote should pass in your state. I don't understand why these fucking radical women don't understand that part. He's gonna ban abortion nationally. No. That's not what he's saying. The states have a lot of rights and a lot of powers, and that's where people have more direct impact with their votes. Because you should be able to go talk to your mayor in person. You should be able to go sit down in your mayor's office and talk directly to the mayor of your city and your chief of police and your congressional representatives if they have local offices. These are the people you should be able to go talk to directly. Everybody can't get an audience with the Speaker of the House or the fucking president or the vice president. We can't all get audiences with these individuals. But you can definitely get audiences with your local officials, your local leaders. And if you can vote locally, you can change things in your state. And that's the whole thing he's been saying the whole time. Take that shit off the federal shit. And that's what I want them to do with fucking marijuana. And that's the whole thing that's so weird about marijuana now, is that it's still federally illegal, and that's why you can't cross borders with it in certain places. And so now, but certain states are saying, yo, we supersede the federal government, and in our state, we're voting for it this way. And yeah, if you're in Colorado, yeah, you can go smoke fucking weed, bro. It's cool. It's cool, but if you go to wherever else, New Hampshire or somewhere else, North Dakota, they might not be cool with it in their state. If you go to PA, just know, they're not cool with it in their state. So watch out. Simple as that. I don't see what's so fucking hard about that. And here in PA, it's not recreational. But we keep voting towards it. Just keep voting, motherfucker. Vote for that shit. If you want shit to change, vote it the way you want it to be. And I think it got shot down again this year, which is cool. It's cool. They at least passed medical. They see the benefit in that. And then next year, a lot of these old motherfuckers will be done dead and fucking gone, and younger, hipper people are starting to vote, and then shit'll change soon, because the stigma is rapidly dying, and it's not a taboo thing anymore, and it's used for medicine a lot of the time. And so yeah, all we gotta do is just keep voting for it in our state, and sooner or later the governor is gonna have to be like, yeah. All right, motherfuckers. All right, shit, recreational. Here, you can fucking have it. We're taxing the shit out of you, though. We're gonna tax the fuck out of you if you really want this. That's fine too, bitch. Tax the fuck out of me. As long as I ain't going to jail over this shit. Why? Because that's how we voted. Easy as that, right? Should be easy as that. Women's rights, our bodies. Yeah, okay, exactly. Go vote. Go vote. Tell these motherfuckers, yo, I want in this state that I live in here, in this state, I want to have the fucking choice. Don't take that shit away from me. Don't take it away from me. And the state would be like, fuck you. And then you turn around and you point at the fact that you got fucking 250,000 women behind you, and you all are saying the same thing, and you're telling these motherfuckers, if you don't make it like we want, we'll vote you the fuck out of here. We'll vote you out and put somebody in who will do it for us. And then they'll be like, all right, ladies. Okay. Under one stipulation, if it's this and this reasons, and this and this reasons, and not just because you're a fucking whore bag who keeps sleeping around unprotected. You can't come in here and this is like your 7th abortion and you're fucking 23. What are you doing, girl? What are you doing? You got an STD? Why are you even having sex? What are you doing? But I definitely get it. I definitely get it. Trust me. I've always been pro-choice. I'm just a dude. And so I'm pro-choice because I feel like it should be your choice. It should be. You decide that shit. I don't know anything. The woman's body is just like, it's so complicated and so complex, and there can just be health issues sometimes, and like tubular pregnancies and all other kind of stuff, or early signs of heavy birth defects, or anything, anything. Maybe contraceptives didn't work. Like I've heard of birth control babies, and it's like, motherfucker, I was on birth control, I still got, and then it's just like, and maybe you're not financially or mentally or whatever, and it's just like, this is not the time, this is not the proper time in my life, and I was already taking precautions against this, and it still happened. And then like, I can absolutely understand in some certain situations, women will just say, I'd rather have the procedure done. you know, I don't want to bring a life into this world that I'm not ready for, or that I can't give them the proper love and care that they would need to grow into a healthy person. And so, no, I'm just not going to go through with this. And I'd rather have a procedure to stop it. And like I say, I would, I just leave the choice to the woman. So I'm always pro-choice. But if the government says, well, you know, we're not, if the federal government says, well, we don't want to deal with this issue, ladies, and we want you guys to deal with it by yourselves on a state level, I don't see an issue with that either. But then, once again, these are, you know, it'd be more of the like religious states that be doing that shit. Even though there's always supposed to be a separation of church and state, when you go to court, they make you swear to God on the Bible. I never understood that part. I really need to find a documentary and have somebody tell me exactly why you do that. Why do you swear to God on the Bible in the courtroom? Because once again, I don't believe in God or the Bible like that. So every time I go to court and I put my hand on the Bible and say, tell the truth, the whole truth, so help me God, and I say, yeah, I just think to myself, I still can lie, and that shit won't bother me, like, you know, internally at all. Like, but you put your hand on the Bible, and who gives a fuck? I say I swear to God all the time. What does that even mean? Is that supposed to like scare? Oh, why is this not charging? My battery, my YouTube battery is dying for some reason. It's saying that it's. I mean, memes and backstories about her. That's just not here. Don't think that we're the only person who sees this shit, yo. The whole world sees these memes and all this shit, and so yeah, I don't think world leaders will take her fucking serious. All they have to do is look at one compilation of her cackling laugh when someone asks her a question and she just laughs because she needs a teleprompter. Her responses have to be pre-written. She cannot. She's not articulate. She's not, and she knows it. And so she has a nervous laugh when she realizes she can't like make a point or drive a point home or engage on a deeper intellectual level. She starts to laugh. It's a nervous laugh, and it makes her look like friendly and welcoming. And no, she's actually just like deflecting because she doesn't have a good answer most of the time. Most of the time, she doesn't have a good answer, and so she just laughs it off, which is fucking weird as shit. Yeah, I'm taking commissions now, bro. Actually, this is a commission. I just put that I put that post up the other day, open for commissions, and bada bing. You know what I'm saying? A bada bing. I like it, dude. I like when the universe does that. Open for commissions. Why, you need me to do something? If you need me to do something, hey, holla at your boy now. Hey. Holla at your boy. You know what I'm saying? You gon' hey. Yep. Don't you already have paintings from me, bro? Chris. Huh? Or am I mistaken? Do you have art from me already? That's what I know, man. That's what I said. I did. Boy, he about to. This motherfucker about to have a collection. I like it. And honestly, your pieces have been some of the more unique pieces too, because you didn't give me a photo. Most people just do this. They be like, here, paint this picture. My man was like, no, listen to me closely, bro. Listen. What I want you to do is, right, take this image and put it like this, and I want it like this, and a little bit, kind of like that. Can you do that? And I was like, I was like, hell yeah, I can do that. Hell yeah, nigga. And it came out good. Honestly, bro, those were some of my more interesting commissions. I really enjoyed doing those because it was more of a collaborative effort on those pieces. My man knew exactly what he wanted, though. Yeah, I appreciate those. I'll never forget those pieces. Cause they were just like different. We're just very, very, very different, very, very unique, and very specific to what the customer wanted. Very specific to what he wanted, and like I said, just again, a very unique concept, a very unique idea in itself. And then for them to want it to be a painting, I was like, okay, all right. Little challenges here. I ain't scared of no challenges, you guys. Paint anything. I had to stand by that one that time, yo. I had to stand by it. When I said I can paint anything, I was like, whew, this nigga really testing my shit right now. Right? What the hell? Motherfucker really trying to test my shit. All right, don't put them skills to the test, that boy. He said, all right, nigga, you say you bad. You say you bad. I got something for you, man. You think you can do it? Look now, I'm very particular on what I want. Now, if you say you can do it now, that been a couple years ago too. You see me, dog, still doing the same shit, bro. Some people try to fake it till they make it, man. I'm just trying to make it, man. I'm the real deal, dog. I just day in and day out. I'm just trying to make it, though. But if I keep getting collectors like you, that's how I know I make it. Man, it came back not one time, not two times, but 3 times. I said, you know what, man? I need art makes me feel nice. I like being around art. I like having art in my house. I think I need me some new art, man. You know what I'm saying? Add some more shit in my collection. That's how you know this nigga a baller, bro. Who do that? Motherfucker be like, yo, I got them new Jordans, man. That shit leather on the top, right? But on the side, like that shit got suede though. And then like the Jordan logo, that shit like this futuristic ass material, man. Them shit's exclusive, bro. I ain't even gonna tell you how much I paid for them shits, bro. Then my man busts out like, yo, well, I just got this new paint. It's a painting of me holding my chihuahua. You know that real nice sweater? I was wearing that in the picture. And then my chihuahua got his new collar on. But yeah, this is a original custom oil painting. You know what I'm saying? It probably costs like 3 times as much as them Jordans you got. I'm about art making. Hard ass flex. Company come over to the house, especially new people. They come to the house for the first time, like, ooh, what's that painting? Where'd you get that from? That's something custom. I had this artist do that shit for me. You know, ain't nothing big. You know. I know that's right. Oh yeah, the AI, bro. I've been fucking with AI a lot lately too, man. I've really been trying to use it to help me with this new series. I need to actually play around with that some this weekend if I can find some time. I haven't been on there in a couple days. See if I can make some new images. What time is it? It's almost 10. So it's gonna be a pretty long. I'm on YouTube now. Instagram keeps resetting every hour or so, every 2 hours or something. But this would be a super long YouTube stream today, because like I said, I really do want to try to get this underpainting completely done before I leave out the studio today. All right, I don't know if I feel like I need to take a break, I might take a break and then come back to it. But I really just want to see if I can power through this thing this morning. Or at least that's what's my goal. It's looking pretty good so far. Making some okay progress, you know. Making a little decent progress. Just trying to build up these dark areas. That's what I'm doing right now. Building up the darks, building up the darks. Cause she's really fair skinned actually. So, and her undertones are kind of reddish yellow. I'm trying to get a bunch of that yellow in there where I can. I may need a little purple down here. Not that much. Okay. Oh, I didn't put the shirt collar. So her collar is actually comes out like here. And then her wrist is here, so her collar kind of stops here. Alright, so that's her shirt. And then under her shirt, she got one fold here. How we all doing? Everybody good? Everybody good? Everybody good? We chilling, we chilling, we chilling. I ain't doing shit but painting, smoking and drinking. I'm painting, smoking and drinking. I'm painting, smoking and drinking. I'm painting, smoking and drinking. Smoking and drinking. Smoking and drinking. I'm painting, smoking and drinking. Smoking on that bud and I'm sipping on my coffee. Oh, hold on. Smoking on that weed and I'm sipping on my coffee. I'm blowing on that bud and I'm sipping on some mud. Blowing on that bud and I'm sipping on some mud. Acceso presidential. Hey.
Look, our compilation of Dan Bongino's moments, as we promised you in the title of this live show. Let me know what you think about this, and let me know, do you believe that the Secret Service, like the CIA, like all government institutions, requires a reckoning and a deeper understanding? And let me know, do you think it's possible that this could happen again? With that, I'll turn it over to our subject matter experts, beginning with Mr. Bongino for opening remarks.
Listen, let's just get right to the point. This was an apocalyptic security failure. A man was murdered in front of his family. 3 people were shot on live television, including President Trump, and the head who came within 2 millimeters of having his head explode on national television in front of millions of people. There's no sugarcoating it. It's no time for BS. Unfortunately, as Congressman Crane and Mills both indicated, the story seems to have vanquished to the phantom zone of media coverage. It's amazing how we're still talking about JFK's assassination, but nobody seems to want to talk about President Trump being shot in the head on national television, despite the fact that we have no answers. So I have 5 minutes, so I want to keep it quick, and I want to make 3 points. I worked in the Secret Service for 12 years. I loved it. I worked with some really amazing men and women, but they have 3 institutional problems, I believe, in the macro will help us get to the bottom of how this Secret Service apocalyptic failure won't happen again. First, they have a technology problem. The joke in the Secret Service, which is just sadly no longer funny when I was there, and it wasn't funny then either, is they rely on yesterday's technology tomorrow. Think about that. Yesterday's technology tomorrow. Everything from computer systems at waste agents' times, filling out time and attendance records they were doing, to Congressman Crane and I discussing the fact that they only implemented slings, a technology as old as the wheel, about, 5 or 6 years into my time in the Secret Service, which is embarrassing. The weaponry was old, everything was old. These are things I would have talked about sooner if they didn't create a security crisis, and I obviously didn't want to air them publicly. Now you're seeing what happens when you don't have a drone up at a site you could have bought for $39.99 on Amazon. Second, another adage in the Secret Service, you've heard even the new acting director discuss, is the more with less approach. There is no more with less, there's less with less, okay? The Secret Service more with less approach only works if you produce more. That's how capitalism works. You produce a flat screen TV that was probably 20 years ago, $10,000, it's $200 at Walmart now. They produce a better TV with less. That's not what the Secret Service did. They produced less with more. They were given more money and produced less. Mr. Bongino, in your opinion, is the Secret Service in a better spot today with Director Rowe in charge? No, it's worse. And sadly, I'm glad this is all being recorded, because when something else happens, and I hope it doesn't, I pray to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, that I'm wrong. That you play this and go, look, that guy was crazy. You think this is the last incident, you're out of your mind. We have seen these incidents over and over. We saw the Georgia grenade incident with President Bush. They overtook the magnetometers. The Secret Service leadership in charge now with the exact same people. Exact same. Can you imagine a C-suite, a company that makes widgets? We find out that there's a design defect. The widget explodes and kills 10 people, and the CTO gets a promotion to CEO. You understand that's what happened here, correct? These are the same people. Kim Cheadle, the director, wasn't even fired. She was allowed to resign. She'll go get some cushy job somewhere, and her deputy, who is one of the guys behind these stupid waste of time things like agents wearing red ties on the detail. Because this actually happened, by the way. These people will tell you this under oath. if you get the right people. He was concerned about the tie color of the agents on the detail because it seemed to imply he supported President Trump. Congressman Biggs wearing a red tie. You're wearing a semi-red tie. There's nothing to do with anything. This is the kind of stuff the Secret Service was actually wasting their time with while withholding CSU counter surveillance assets and counter sniper assets from probably the most threatened man on earth. If you can explain it, good luck, because that's not the agency I work for.
Whether it's ineptitude or something more insidious that led to that assassination attempt is something for us, I suppose, to all consider. I found it fascinating that Trump himself recently said, well, they don't seem to like me very much, the Kamala Harris-Biden campaign. You know, they don't seem to have a lot of time for me. They don't seem to wish me well. And even that was reported by legacy media as Trump supporting conspiracy theories that the deep state tried to have him killed. The fact is, we now know in part because of stories we've already looked at today that deep state agencies do indeed, it appears, although it is difficult to corroborate for reasons that are obvious, i.e. they control information, they control media, they control the judiciary, they have incredible control, participate in the assassination of their enemies. In fact, part of Trump's ascent was fueled by his ability to call out in public things that many of us have long suspected, but you just don't see politicians say publicly. I was struck, of course, as I've said before, by Chappelle's SNL monologue, where he said the reason that Trump has such popular appeal is because he's like someone who's showing you inside these institutions.
He said, I know the system is rigged because I use it. I said, God damn.
The legacy media are obsessed with the failings and shortcomings of Donald Trump. They're obsessed, in fact, with the maintenance of the kind of power upon which their model is built. A model that cannot withstand challenges from independent media, that cannot withstand the challenges of new alliances that come out of independent political space. I know a lot of you watching this will say, it's not independent enough. Tulsi Gabbard, she's an institutional figure. Bobby Kennedy's an institutional figure. But man, if you read the real Anthony Fauci by Bobby Kennedy, you will have to recognize this is a man who's not only vigorous when it comes to research, but pretty outspoken on some complex issues. And even though you might perhaps not agree with him on everything, maybe there are military and geopolitical issues about which you have doubts. If what you're interested in is progress, you would have to consider that perspective. Let me know whether or not you have a strong counter argument to that. And particularly if you're someone who supports the Kamala Harris campaign, what the point of difference and distinction is now that we've all learned as much as we have. So whilst this is a fascinating hearing, it looks like undertaken in some part by the Heritage Foundation. Many will point out the connections between the Heritage Foundation and that great bugbear of the Democratic Party, Project 2025, which appears to be radioactive to their way of life. I'm pretty grateful to see Dan Bongino assessing a subject about which he knows a great deal, and a subject about which he's proselytized with great articulate on this subject. It's helped me to understand that something unusual happened, and he's really understood, I think, the necessary nuance when it comes to criticising members of the Secret Service. Some of you may have seen he's reported at the RNC where he said, hey, listen, I don't want to condemn the individuals because those are men and women that are willing to give their lives and that are dedicated professionals and devoted. And I thought that was pretty admirable that he took that position. But to hear him say that Trump's life may yet be threatened again prior to November the 5th, or could it happen? In this insane world, driven by insane people with insane motives, you'd have to say it is a possibility. But that's just what I think. Why don't you let me know what you think in the comments and the chat? Listen, you know that we are partners with Rumble, and Rumble have gotten into the coffee game. Now, if you knew that your coffee had been tainted with pesticides and chemicals, sitting in bags for months, sitting in an old bottle bag for months, probably with traces of mold, would you drink it? The answer is, of course you wouldn't. Even Jill Biden wouldn't drink a bag so contaminated. Most of the coffee we consume is stale, flavorless, and full of harmful substances that have a negative effect on our health. Rumble 1775 coffee, on the other hand, is free from harmful substances and chemicals. Use the code BRAND right now to get your 15% off. You can click that. There's stuff available if you're in the Wake and Wonder chat.
Happy birthday, Marty. Oh, no, you don't. Let me get this.
Ah, thanks. You're too kind.
I've heard that.
Unlimited 2% cash back for Wells Fargo Active Cash credit card.
Chews only last a month, but Bravecto lasts 12 weeks, nearly 3 times longer.
There's been an absolute ton of things that happened in the AI world this week, and I don't want to waste your time, so let's just get right into it. Starting with the fact that OpenAI showed Strawberry to the feds, and they're using it to develop their next model, which is codenamed Orion. So let me quickly break down what this actually means. OpenAI has been working on a new model that was once codenamed Q-Star, and then the codename became Strawberry, but this model that they were working on was a model that was supposed to be a lot better at logic and reasoning. Supposedly, it's also a lot better at complex tasks, such as math problems that conversational AIs have traditionally struggled with. We've gotten some little teases from Sam Altman. He posted on Twitter, I love summers in the garden with pictures of strawberries and things like that. Well, now more information is coming to light, and apparently he showed off this Strawberry model to the federal government, so they kind of have a clue of what's coming. There's also theories that Sam has this goal of regulatory capture, and if he's working really tightly with the federal government, then a lot of the laws and regulations may potentially go the way that Sam Altman wants them to go. What is this Orion? Apparently, Orion is OpenAI's next flagship large language model that's in development right now. And from my understanding of this, what they're doing is they're using this Strawberry model to essentially create what's called synthetic data, or data that the AI created, and then using that data to then train this new Orion model. Theoretically, this means instead of going and scraping data off the internet, like from websites and from copyrighted works and things like that, they can create new data with this Strawberry model, use that new data, that new text that the Strawberry model creates, and then turn around and train it into this new Orion model. Now, it sounds like that this Strawberry model is not the fastest model in the world. It takes some time to actually get an output when you give it an input. However, they're working on a process called distillation, which essentially simplifies and shrinks down the model so that it could give you responses faster, like what you would typically expect from something like ChatGPT. But putting all the pieces together, what it kind of sounds like is going to happen is that maybe this Strawberry model isn't necessarily publicly released, but the Strawberry model that is really good at complex reasoning and logic and math is kept sort of behind the scenes at OpenAI, but it's used to create new synthetic data to then train the next foundation model that OpenAI and ChatGPT are going to use. Theoretically, this can create a new sort of loop where the latest model, let's say for instance this Orion model they're talking about, is constantly being updated because the Strawberry model is constantly giving it new data to train on. However, when synthetic data is used, there's this theoretical concept called model collapse that also has researchers worried. Model collapse is essentially when the data that these large language models are being trained on is coming from data that other artificial models created, creating this sort of loop similar to like animal and human inbreeding, where the model could get essentially dumber and dumber over time, creating models that essentially just don't respond as well as they used to. Now, We don't know if the model collapse is going to actually happen or if the models will actually continue to get smarter by using the synthetic data. That's something that's still yet to be seen. But this week, we got a little bit more of a glimpse into what OpenAI has been working on. This Strawberry model with better logic, reasoning, and math capabilities is being used to create synthetic data. That synthetic data is then being used to train the new model called Orion, which is likely going to be the model that we might see next in our user interfaces for things like ChatGPT or whatever they call the next version of GPT. Now, this is all speculation based on very little information that has come out, but from the sounds of things, that's kind of what's happening right now with the latest OpenAI models. And like I mentioned, they are sharing this information and giving early access to peek at what these can do to the government. We can see Sam Altman here tweeted out, "We are happy to have reached an agreement with the US AI Safety Institute for pre-release testing of our future models. For many reasons, we think it's important that this happens at the national level. US needs to continue to lead." Hopefully the people they're showing these models to early are, smart engineer type people that actually understand what's happening and not just, US senators that are basing their decisions on what they see in the news. OpenAI is not the only company that's agreeing to share their models early with the US government. Anthropic also said that they will share their models with the US government ahead of time so that they can, get approval before they're launched to make sure that the government is okay with what these models are capable of before they get in the hands of normal people and businesses. I've got a few other things I want to talk about the government and regulations around AI, but we'll circle back around to that a little bit later in the video here. But I found this really interesting while we're on the topic of OpenAI, that OpenAI is currently trying to raise at $100 billion valuation right now. Now, to me, that number is not what's crazy. To me, what's sort of really interesting about this is who is involved in the raise. Apple, Microsoft, and NVIDIA have all discussed joining in on this raise. NVIDIA, the world's biggest chip maker, has discussed joining the funding round. Apple and Microsoft have also been in talks about participating in the financing. And to me, that's just fascinating because obviously Apple and Microsoft have been essentially the biggest competitors. I mean, they've been the two top largest companies in the world for a while now, and they're constantly switching places and going head to head on what they do. So for them both to be investing in OpenAI seems just fascinating to me. All right, moving back to Anthropic news. There's been some small updates from Anthropic this week, including the fact that they published their system prompts so that you can actually see what sort of instructions Anthropic is giving to Claude behind the scenes. If you go to this URL here, docs.anthropic.com/etc., I'll link it up in the description below. You can actually see the system prompts for Claude 3.5 Sonnet, Claude 3 Opus, and Claude 3 Haiku. So for instance, we can take a peek at the Claude 3.5 Sonnet system prompt. You can see it's pretty detailed. There's a lot of information that it's feeding through to Claude when you give it a prompt. For instance, Claude always responds as if it's completely face blind. If the shared image happens to contain a human face, Claude never identifies or names any humans in the image, nor does it imply that it recognizes the human. There's also this line, if asked about controversial topics, it tries to provide careful thoughts and clear information. It presents the requested information without explicitly saying that the topic is sensitive, without claiming to be presenting objective facts. Now, there's a lot more to this prompt, but again, I will link it up below, so if you want to do a deeper dive into the system prompts that Claude is using when you ask it questions, you can kind of get a better idea of how it's going to respond and why it responds that way. In another update to Claude this week, the artifacts are now generally available. Now, if you don't remember what artifacts are this right sidebar here, or this right section of Claude, when you ask it a prompt and it writes code or writes a script for you or things like that. It will often open it in this right artifact window over here. And it's also capable of running some code like JavaScript, HTML, things like that. You can actually run that code right here inside of the artifact window. Well, this feature is now widely available to everybody, no matter what plan you're on. It's now available to users across free, pro, and team plans. In my opinion, artifacts and projects are the two greatest things that Anthropic ever added to Claude that make it so that I use that way more than ChatGPT now. Personally, I think everyone should have a website. Whether you're a business or you're somebody just trying to have a presence online, it makes sense to have a website where you own everything you you put on the website. That's why for this video, I partnered with Hostinger. Not only is Hostinger one of the least expensive options for building a website, they also have a ton of AI functionality built in. If you head on over to hostinger.com/MattWolf, you can claim this special deal. And if you choose their business website builder here, you get access to all sorts of cool AI tools. When you hit the checkout page here, you have a bunch of options to prepay for months in advance. But what's even cooler is if we come on down here to the bottom, click on this Have a Coupon Code button and enter the coupon code MattWolf here. Click apply. We'll watch this total number drop by an extra 10% here. Once you're logged in, they have the option to let AI create your website for you in minutes. Just click Start Creating, pick your website type, whether it's a blog, portfolio, landing page, online store. Their AI is set up for all of them. Let's build a portfolio. For brand name, I'm just gonna go Matt's Photos. And then for the description, I can literally click this voice button and talk out what my website is going to be about. This is a website where Matt Wolf will share all of his photos from his various travels and the tech that he likes to purchase. Sure, that's good enough. And then I'll click Create Website. We'll let Hostinger's AI do its work here. And in less than a minute, I have a full website here where I can start customizing my images, the text on the website, and dial it in to look however I want. And it's already pre-designed to look like a travel website with a portfolio of images ready to go. It looks great on desktop and mobile. I can easily edit my website with their drag and drop builder, and I can design it down to the exact look that I want to go for the site. And it's even got some more cool AI tools like an image generator, a writer, page generator, section generator, blog generator, heat maps, AI SEO assistant, and an AI logo maker, all within the editor. It's pretty dang cool. You can learn more by going to hostinger.com/MattWolf and entering the coupon code MattWolf at checkout. Thank you so much to Hostinger for sponsoring this video. Google had a flurry of announcements this week as well, including the fact that they rolled out 3 experimental new language models. They rolled out a smaller variant of Gemini 1.5 Flash 8B, a stronger Gemini 1.5 Pro model, which is better on coding and complex prompts, and a significantly improved Gemini 1.5 Flash model. You can try them all over in aistudio.google.com here and switch between the models by clicking in the top right up here. And you can see that we've got a handful of models that are in preview mode, including the new models that Logan just mentioned over here. These models are intended to gather feedback and to get their latest updates into the hands of developers. So if there are some errors or mistakes, just know these weren't necessarily meant for like wide adoption like ChatGPT was yet. These were meant to sort of test and for developers to play around with. If you use Google Meet for your calls, which is what I tend to use for most of my calls, mostly because it's like built into Google Calendar, but it's what I tend to use for most of my calls these days. They now have an AI summarization feature that takes notes on your meetings for you using their Gemini AI. If you're in a Google Meet call, there should be a button up in the top right. If you click on it, you can see that Gemini is taking notes. It shows a summary so far, along with the latest updates. At the moment, it's currently limited to English language and only works on computers or laptops, so no mobile version yet. And when you're done with a meeting, your notes will appear in Google Drive, and the document can be automatically sent to attendees or added to the calendar event after the call. Seems pretty handy to me. Google also rolled out a couple new features in their custom gems and an improved image generation with Imagen 3. I still to this day don't know if this is supposed to be Imagen 3 or Imagine 3. I think it's Imagen, like image, just with the letter N, but I'm not sure. So I'm going to keep calling it Imagen. Now, the custom gems are kind of a similar concept, I guess, to Claude's projects and ChatGPT's custom GPTs, where you could give it its own like individual system prompt so that it acts in a similar way every single time you chat with it. Some examples they gave: a learning coach, which helps you break down complex topics; a brainstormer, gives you easy inspiration; a career guide; a writing editor; a coding partner. And it says here they are rolling out on desktop and mobile devices to Gemini Advanced, Gemini Business, and Gemini Enterprise users in more than 150 countries. So it looks like in order to use these custom gems, you do need to be on one of their paid plans. They've also improved Imagen 3, like I mentioned. Here's some of the example images that they shared from from Imagen 3. Here's a comparison between Imagen 2 and Imagen 3. And the other thing that's not noted in this article is that it will now let you create AI-generated people again. If you remember, last time they let you generate people, they were having issues where it was generating things like Black Nazis and Asian Vikings and things like that because it was trying to be ethnically diverse in all of its generations, but it went a little too far in the wrong direction with that. Well, they claim that problem has been fixed, and now you can actually generate people's faces with Imagen again. Here's another little cool thing that Google released. I actually don't know when this released, but I just discovered it this week through this article. If you go up to your Google search bar up here and you type @Gemini, you can see a little chat with Gemini dialog box pops up. And I can say, what are the best taco shops in San Diego? Right here in my URL bar, and it will jump me right over to the Gemini webpage with some answers to my question. I thought that was pretty handy. It may have existed for a while, but I just learned about it. If you're a fan of Grok from X, it just got a little bit of a boost this week. We can see from this X post here, Grok 2 Mini is now 2 times faster than it was yesterday. This was posted on August 23rd. One of those things where I record these on Thursdays, they come out on Friday, so Friday news gets missed. This came out last Friday, but it's now 2x faster because some of the developers rewrote the inference stack from scratch. They also claim that both models didn't just get faster, but also slightly more accurate. So if you're one of the premium members on X and you want to use Grok here, it should be a little bit faster this week than it was last week. We've talked about this in previous videos where Elon is building a brand new data center. I guess the data center is called Cortex. They're building it over at Tesla headquarters in Austin. And he gave a little 20-second tour of the facility here. So let's take a peek here. This entire thing is designed for training new, larger AI models, and I'm assuming for inference of actually using these models as well. So pretty insane how big of a system they're setting up here. All right, I mentioned earlier in the video that there was some more AI regulation news. Earlier this week, Elon came out in support of the SB 1047 bill. That's the bill that I sort of broke down in last week's video. We also did a Next Wave podcast with Anjane over at A16Z about the entire bill as well. Basically, quick recap, the bill basically states, and this is what most of the AI companies are worried about, that if people use an AI model to create something that turns out to be disastrous, the AI companies that made the model are also at fault, in addition to the person who used the model for the bad stuff that they used it for. That's what the AI companies are sort of freaking out about. It is a California bill, but most of the AI companies are based in California, so it's going to have an impact on pretty much the AI industry as a whole here in the United States. Elon came out in support of it. At the end of last week, Anthropic came out and said the benefits of it probably outweigh the cons. They didn't necessarily say they endorsed it or supported it. The wording of this bill has gotten lighter and lighter and lighter with each sort of iteration of the bill. And now it looks like the bill is likely about to pass. It just made it through the California legislature. We can see here the bill also gives the state attorney general the power to sue if developers are not compliant, particularly in the event of an ongoing threat, such as the AI taking over government systems like the power grid. Over time, the language of the bill has gotten sort of weaker and weaker each time it's sort of gotten another pass through Congress. I think now the latest version of it actually removes even more liability from the companies that made the model. Now, personally, I don't think the bill is a super smart bill to be passing right now. I think it's going to slow down the progress of innovation a little bit, but at the same time, I also don't think it's going to be as catastrophic to these AI companies as some people are making it out to be. I think part of the problem with the bill is that the language of the bill, there's a little bit of ambiguity that leaves some things open for interpretation. Things like the companies must implement reasonable administrative, technical, and physical cybersecurity protections to prevent unauthorized access to, misuse of, or unsafe post-training modifications of, etc., etc. The term reasonable, I feel like, is always sort of up for interpretation. And there's a few things like that where the wording makes these companies uncomfortable, but we can see here how many times this bill has been amended. We're still in August, and it's been amended twice in August alone, where they keep on making the terms lighter and lighter. They also define critical harm here, which is what this bill is trying to prevent, and what they're saying that the model creator could be liable for. But if we look at how they define critical harm, the creation or use of chemical, biological, radiological, or nuclear weapon that results in mass casualties, or at least $500 million of damage resulting from cyber attacks on critical infrastructure by a model conducting or providing precise instructions or conducting a cyber attack or a series of cyber attacks on critical infrastructure, or $500 million of damage resulting from an artificial intelligence model engaging in contact that does the following: acts with limited human oversight, intervention, or supervision, results in death, great bodily injury, property damage, or property loss, and would, if committed by a human, constitute a crime specified in the penal code, etc., etc. And other harms to public safety and security that are of comparable severity. So I feel like if an AI is able to create chemical, biological, radiological, or nuclear weapons, for instance, maybe we shouldn't be as concerned about the company who initially created the model and more of like the larger implications on the world from that. But at the end of the day, this is one of those things where I can see both sides of the token here. I can understand why the model creators are worried. Companies that are making open source models and making them publicly available, they don't know how these models are going to be used, because people, since it's open source, can go and iterate off of them and change them and tweak them and build off of them. And once the open source model is out into the world, it's sort of out of the hands of the initial creator of it. Now, there's probably some flaws in my logic, and I'm sure you'll let me know in the comments if there are, but that's sort of how I feel about this. In the grand scheme of things, I don't really think this is going to have as big of an impact as a lot of the AI companies are worried about, but I can also see why the companies are worried. There is another California bill that it seems like most of the AI companies are on board with, and that's that content created with AI should require a watermark, which personally I've got no problem with. It's probably like a watermark in the metadata. I don't really think it's going to solve a lot of problems. I think whatever way they use to watermark it, people will figure out ways around the watermarking, but I see no problem with making this a bill and getting the AI companies to get on board with this bill. I just don't really think it's going to prevent the bad actors from doing what they do. Another big talk of the week was the NVIDIA quarterly earnings call that happened this week, which was pretty interesting. Goldman Sachs actually called NVIDIA's stock the most important on planet Earth. And when they announced their earnings, they announced 122% growth in second quarter revenue earnings. However, after these announcements, the stock still fell by 7%. So despite the fact that they had huge growth still, people were still unsatisfied because I guess they wanted even bigger earnings. Now, their profit margins dropped a little bit from 78.4% down to 75.1%. And there's been some issues with delays on shipping some of their latest chips. But it seems to me like NVIDIA is still in a really strong position. Not financial advice at all. I don't know what I'm talking about, but they still seem to be growing. However, NVIDIA does seem to have some new competition popping up in the form of Cerebras. They apparently just launched the world's fastest AI inference. Previously, Grok held that record. We can see on this chart here that Grok was the fastest inference before, and now this new Cerebras is even faster. I'm not going to get too into the weeds with this stuff, but it looks like these guys are probably going to have a very similar model to Grok, where they're not actually out there selling the hardware, but they're allowing people to use their hardware to train and run inference on. And this appears to now be the fastest way and apparently the least expensive way. And there might even be another competitor in hardware. I don't actually know what this means yet, but I'm sharing it with you because it's out there in the world and it's fascinating. Midjourney claims they're getting into hardware. What kind of hardware? Who knows? We can see here, Midjourney tweeted, "We're officially getting into hardware. If you're interested in joining the new team in San Francisco, please email, blah, blah, blah." And then somebody said, "Care to share more?" And then Midjourney said, "We aren't announcing anything specific yet, but we have multiple efforts in flight." So apparently Midjourney is also getting into hardware. The kind of hardware they're getting into, I guess we gotta wait and see. Suhail from Playground AI just announced a new model of Playground that is really good at designing graphics like a pro. He says you can make t-shirts, logos, social media posts, and even invent new kinds of memes. It's powered by their next image foundation model, Playground V3, which is in beta right now. And from his examples here, they're looking pretty good. We can see some other images that he generated here, like this Radiohead, ramen, been there, the sun, like a tarot card kind of thing. It looks like it's generating some pretty good images. So if you're looking to check out even more AI image generators, maybe Playground's another one you can check out. Leonardo got a little update this week as well. Leonardo Phoenix, which Suhail from Playground AI just announced a new model of Playground that is really good at designing graphics like a pro. He says you can make t-shirts, logos, social media posts, and even invent new kinds of memes. It's powered by their next image foundation model, Playground V3, which is in beta right now. And from his examples here, they're looking pretty good. We can see some other images that he generated here, like this Radiohead, ramen, been there, the sun, like a tarot card kind of thing. It looks like it's generating some pretty good images. So if you're looking to check out even more AI image generators, maybe Playground's another one you can check out. Leonardo got a little update this week as well. Leonardo Phoenix, which is one of my favorite models, not because I'm biased, because I'm an advisor there, but because I genuinely like their models. But that first part's true also. They just rolled out their Phoenix model into the API. So now you can actually build apps yourself that leverage the Leonardo Phoenix model for the image generation. Moving on to open source AI news, Meta's Llama large language model is approaching 350 million downloads to date. They claim it was downloaded more than 20 million times in the last month alone, making it the largest open source model, which is not really that surprising. There's also a new model called Quinn 2 VL, which is also an open source model. But here's what's interesting about this model. It's got state-of-the-art understanding of images of various resolution and ratio, which a lot of the models can do at this point, but it also has understanding of videos of 20 minutes and more. So it can understand videos over 20 minutes and answer questions based on the dialogue and the content of the video. That to me seems pretty cool. There's some examples on the page of what this model is capable of. Output the color and number of each box. We can see top row, single block, blue with the number 9, and it nails it. It solves algorithmic problems, but of course, the thing that impresses me the most is the video understanding. They can upload a video, and then it gives a description of what the video is about right here. And then the user asks, what is the color of the clothes the two astronauts are wearing? The two astronauts are wearing blue and black clothes. Zooming to where it shows the two astronauts, I'd say they pretty much got that right. Here's something else that's pretty exciting in the world of large language models. This company, Magic, has figured out a way to have 100 million token context window. That's 75 million words between the amount of text you input and the amount of text you get back. You could input an entire library of books and ask questions about any of the books in that library, and theoretically, it should be able to find the answer. This is insane. It's gotten to the point where context window is just not going to matter. We're going to get to a point where unlimited context is pretty much a thing, and that's pretty exciting. You can feed it the entire content of the Harry Potter series, the Lord of the Rings series, the Game of Thrones series, pretty much every book series you can think of. You just feed them all into there and ask questions about all of them, and it should theoretically be able to answer them because the context window is so large that it just doesn't even matter anymore. This topic has been going kind of viral this week as well. There's a new AI model that can hallucinate a game of 1993's Doom in real time. I actually made a YouTube short about this, but we can see here that this is actually Doom being generated in real time. So as the character's moving around, each frame is being generated. So every single new frame is just being generated in real time. There's no game engine behind this. Pretty insane. Like the ammo, the health, all of this stuff is just generated. It's pretty mind-blowing. In fact, my buddy Theoretically Media did a cool breakdown of this thing. I did a short on it that's only a minute long. Check out Tim's video as well, because he did a pretty deep dive into what this is and what it actually means. All right, so I know I've covered a lot already, and I have quite a few more things I want to share, so I'm just going to kind of rapid fire the rest of the news that I found interesting that I thought you should know. Like this article here about how AI spots cancer and viral infections with nanoscale precision. Basically, they have an AI model now that can find like microscopic signs of cancer and detect the cells really, really early. It can look at cells that are 5,000 times smaller than a human hair and detect if they're normal cells or cancer cells for super early detection. Some of the healthcare advancements that AI is enabling is really kind of mind-blowing right now. Another major issue that AI could potentially help solve is the issue of climate change. And this week, researchers have figured out how to produce light harvesting molecules that are 4 times more stable than the starting point. And basically what this means is that they figured out how to make solar panels that are more efficient and last a lot longer. If you're a video editor that likes to edit in DaVinci Resolve like me, a new version of DaVinci Resolve just came out this weekend, DaVinci Resolve 19, and most of the new features in them are AI features. Now, there's over 100 new features in this new version of DaVinci Resolve, but some of them include IntelliTrack AI, which is better at tracking what's on the screen using AI, Fairlight AI audio panning. So if something is moving across your video, it can actually notice that and pan the audio from left to right or right to left. So if somebody's listening in headphones, they can actually hear the audio pan using an AI feature, and a ton of other cool AI features. Again, over 100 new features were added. I'll link up to the article below so you can learn more about this. It was recently reported that Meta was working on a new headset that was designed to compete with the Apple Vision Pro, a much higher end, more expensive, more technologically advanced version of the Meta Quest. Well, this week they announced that they're scrapping that product, but they also started talking about how they're working on mixed reality glasses. I think what's going on here is that the Meta Ray-Bans have been so successful. I mean, they really are awesome. I love my pair, but they've been so successful that they're realizing that's the form factor people want. I don't think people really want bigger, bulkier, cooler VR headsets. They want things that look like normal sunglasses that they can wear every day, that give them some of those features that they might have used VR for. Things like heads-up displays. The Meta Ray-Bans, they've already got a large language model in them. They've already got cameras in them. They can already take pictures and tell you about your environment. They've got good speakers. They're already really cool. But imagine that with like a heads-up display that can show map directions or help you remember people's names and put their name right above them as you see them walk in front of you. Really cool things like that that these glasses can enable. Now, it doesn't look like we're going to see them until 2027. There's still some hurdles to overcome. The worry now is that it's going to require a battery pack. Nobody's going to really want to wear Ray-Ban sunglasses with like a cord going to their pocket with a battery pack. That might be something that they need to solve as well. But this to me is actually even more exciting than the announcement that they might make a more higher-end version of a Meta Quest. I would much rather see the Meta Ray-Bans get more and more advanced over time. You know,
Before you use AI to transform business, accelerate growth, predict trends, you need to begin with trust. Introducing watsonx Governance, helping you govern any AI as data, models, and policies change so you can scale it responsibly.
Here we go.
Let's create AI that begins with trust with watsonx Governance. IBM, let's create.
A show in Quebec City, I like to take in the scenery. Quebec City, it'll resonate with you.
in October, Amazon is going to roll out a new revamped Alexa with generative AI. If you've used Alexa now, it's not the smartest AI in the world. Future models are going to use more generative AI, like what we get out of things like ChatGPT. Probably going to use one of Amazon's Titan models if I had to guess, but it should make your Alexa a lot smarter and enable more conversations similar to what you get out of something like ChatGPT or like what OpenAI demoed with their GPT-4o advanced voice. Maybe now we'll get that right in our Alexa. We'll find out in October. The camera company Wyze is implementing AI inside of your camera that can now search for things that it saw on camera. They have this demo video here that sort of shows off what it can do. Like, you can search cute animal and it will actually search for video footage that your camera recorded of animals that came onto your video screen. It says you can get even more specific. I typed in woman under umbrella and you can see it actually found video footage of a woman under an umbrella from their camera. They said you can also be as vague as you want. So they type in truck and it finds clips of trucks that popped onto the camera. That seems like it'll be pretty handy. Oprah Winfrey is about to do a panel with Bill Gates and Sam Altman all about the future of AI. It's going to be on ABC and it's going to air September 12th. So mark your calendar. And finally, Apple has announced when the iPhone 16 launch is going to happen. It's going to be on September 9th. And a lot of the speculation is there's going to be a lot more AI talk. The tagline for the event is it's glow time. And you can see their picture of an apple glowing. If you remember when they showed off the newest version of Siri, whenever you talk to Siri, it shows a glowing box around your phone to show that Siri is enabled and listening to you. So a lot of people are speculating that it's glow time means it's AI time, or it's time to show off what Siri is really capable of. But we'll find out on September 9th, and I'll likely do a breakdown video of any sort of AI that came out of that event. So make sure you're subscribed to this channel and you like my videos to make sure that that shows up in your feed. And that's what I got for you this week. I know it's been a ton of stuff this week. I broke a lot down, but a lot is happening. There's a lot of things going on behind the scenes. Some of the OpenAI news is really, really big. The Strawberry training the new Orion model is huge. That probably deserves its own breakdown video. Again, I mentioned I'm doing a lot of traveling right now, so my video production has slowed down a little bit, but once all my travels are over, you can bet I'm going to make a lot more videos breaking down a lot more details into the intricacies of these various things that I've talked about, as well as make more tutorials on how to do a lot of the cool stuff with AI. I'm also experimenting with some shorts, so if you see one of my shorts pop up in your YouTube feed, give it a little heart. I'd really appreciate it. I'm trying to crack that shorts code, and any sort of content that I don't feel deserves an entire video on, and I can sort of break it down in a minute or less, I'll probably make some shorts on that. So we'll see how that goes as well. Anyway, I'm just rambling at this point. I really, really appreciate you tuning into these videos, nerding out with me around AI. I record these once again on Thursdays, so if any big news comes out on Thursday night or on Friday, it typically makes the following week's video. And as always, check out futuretools.io. This is the website where I curate cool AI tools and the latest AI news. I've got a really killer newsletter all around AI and the latest advancements. So check that out, totally free. If you don't like it, there's an easy unsubscribe button, so what do you got to lose? All right, once again, thank you so much for tuning into this video. Thank you to Hostinger for sponsoring this one. I really appreciate everyone who tunes into my channels, even the ones who leave negative comments. I love the fact that you watched the video anyway, and I appreciate you as well. So thanks again, bye-bye, see you in the next one.
New Xfinity gateways can support hundreds of devices. Up your internet game. Am I right? I'm over here.
Switch to fast, reliable Xfinity internet and power all your devices, even when everyone's online. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff.
Stearns & Foster, what comfort should be.
A misunderstood and badly mocked org for a long time. Like when we started, when we announced the org at the end of 2015, said we were going to work on AGI, like people thought we were batshit insane.
Yeah.
You know, like I remember at the time a eminent AI scientist at a large industrial AI lab was like DMing individual reporters, being like, you know, these people aren't very good and it's ridiculous to talk about AGI and I can't believe you're giving them time of day. And it's like, that was the level of like pettiness and rancor in the field at a new group of people saying we're going to try to build AGI.
So OpenAI and DeepMind was a small collection of folks who were brave enough to talk about AGI in the face of mockery.
Not as much now.
Not as much now. The following is a conversation with Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, the company behind GPT-4, ChatGPT, DALL-E, Codex, and many other AI technologies, which both individually and together constitute some.
Given where we are now, do you have any regrets about what you told the American people? No, not at all.
Kamala Harris has confronted the naysayers, those that say she is incapable of doing an interview. Why don't you feast upon this banquet of platitudes? Those of you that say Kamala Harris is incapable of being spontaneous without that sort of living life preserve, that human emotional support animal, Tim Walz. Eat this, why don't you? Because here she is on CNN answering not entirely softball questions, because there are some challenging questions. She just ignores those questions. It's a staggering exercise, really. Here's Dana Bash asking Kamala Harris the obvious question. We're going to get into some of the various areas, the hypocrisies. We'll get into the fracking idea. We'll look at all of it. We'll look at the moment where she sort of ludicrously focuses on sizzling bacon in a pan instead of observing that Joe Biden's secession as president would mean that she would be president, which is the sort of thing you would surely notice if you were vice president. But the whole thing about vice presidency is that vice component. It's entirely defined by its prefix. You can't imagine that if you got a call from the president saying, "Oh, don't feel very well, the jig's up, love." That debate, everyone saw it. Well, everyone had seen it long before, but they could no longer deny it. Hang on, Joe! Just focusing on the bacon and the nieces. Huey, Louie, and Dewey around. Gotta focus on the DuckTales, baby! Well, many of you might find that hard to swallow. And Joe Biden may be many things, but it ain't hard to follow. Here is Kamala doing her great festival of platitudes on CNN.
Vice President Harris, you were a very staunch defender of President Biden's capacity to serve another 4 years. Right after the debate, you insisted that President Biden is extraordinarily strong. Given where we are now, do you have any regrets about what you told the American people? No, not at all. Not at all. I have served with President Biden for almost 4 years now, and I'll tell you, it's one of the greatest honors of my career, truly. He cares so deeply about the American people. He is so smart and loyal to the American people. And I have spent hours upon hours with him, be it in the Oval Office or the Situation Room. He has the intelligence, the commitment, and the judgment and disposition that I think the American people rightly deserve in their president.
It's not among the greatest honors of my career. There's that bit where I was an attorney. There's that bit where I prolonged needlessly the sentences of jailed people. There's this endless attempt to fit in with sets and alliances that seem hell-bent on imposing and controlling the freedoms of ordinary people. But also I was vice president for a while, and that was fantastic. Yeah, someone in the Awaken Wonder chat has posted a meme about the increasing net worth of politicians while in power, in particular Biden and Harris, who have seen their net worth, according to this meme at least, increase rapidly. Certainly it's a commonly trodden path for any politician. Increased wealth while serving the public. It's the kind of basic principle that we don't get enough time to discuss, isn't it? That positions of government ought be truly ministry, and to minister means to serve. You should see these people as locked into service for you, not peculiar brokers of arms deals and war games responding to the tug of corporate strings endlessly, issuing on CNN blandness and platitudes amidst their bacon. These should be seen as servants of the public. There's something about Kamala Harris that I kind of still like. Don't you sometimes try and see the obvious humanity that must be present in any individual, given that we're made in his likeness. It's there in all of us. We're all in serious trouble if we don't ask for help together. This moment, though, does make you wonder. It's one of my favourite moments from the interview. It's the moment where Kamala touches upon the moment where Joe Biden called her. He uses this as an obvious opportunity to talk about domesticity and to render yet more sort of half-arsed ersatz and phatic claptrap. Here it is.
When he called you and said he was pulling out of the race, what was that like? And did he offer to endorse you right away, or did you ask for it?
It was a Sunday, so
I remember the day. It was Moon Day, Thor's Day, the god Thor, Mecredy, Odin's Day, Wednesday. It was a Sunday, the day of the sun. It's named after the sun.
here, I'll give you a little too much information.
Go for it. There's no such thing, Madam Vice President.
My family was staying with us.
I'm just regular like you. I can make millions if I want to. I can have endless wars if that's necessary. But the whole thing is performative, isn't it? It's gotten to the point where it's so shellacking claptrap that you can't really detect a reality underneath it anymore. It was a Sunday. I was with my family. Subtext, I'm just like you.
And including my baby nieces. And we had just had pancakes and, you know, Auntie, can I have more bacon? Yes, I'll make you more bacon. And then we were sitting down to do a puzzle. And the phone rang and it was Joe Biden.
That's true. I hope that's how the world works. I hope that's how power functions. I hope that it's not all about extraordinary relationships with balkanized, galvanized, carved up nations. I hope it's nothing to do with CIA bases in the Ukraine. I hope that Biden didn't receive significant sums from companies and corporations that subsequently employed Hunter Biden. I hope that there aren't corporations that prevent legislation ever being passed that would meaningfully impact the ability of the pharmaceutical industry, to name but one, to continue to profit and exploit ordinary people. I hope that America is still run by people with a sizzling pan of bacon and a bunch of nieces. I hope that that's still the kind of ominous America that exists somewhere. But I can't help but think that this is a carefully managed piece of TV propaganda. You can't allow dear old Tim Walz and Kamala Harris to just take on a duck walk of public conversation. You can't allow your views to stream freely into political spaces. I think they know already. I think they've long known that they've lost us. I think they know the game is up. I think really what we will experience now are a series of mediocre bureaucratic officials, unless there is some sort of another anomalous event. I'm talking something that disrupts, whether that's a Trump presidency or a Brexit or a movement that's outside of the mainframe and the mainstream. I don't know where it will come from, the left or the right. I don't think it even matters. What I think matters is the disruption of the establishment, because without that, I think we're going to be managed into total control, the legitimization of total control. You will see the pieces falling into place, this piece of technology, this piece of legislation, these anti-protest laws, this division in this nation, these cultural fractions, these new edicts that determine that people can't grow their own food, or even farming in a scale that was recognizable 10, 20 years ago will be pared down and controlled and redistributed. Unless something extraordinary happens, seems like that's the way we're going. And I don't think that you can disrupt that over a sizzling pan of bacon fat. Listen, you know that we are partners with Rumble, and Rumble have gone into the coffee game. Now, if you knew that your coffee had been tainted with pesticides and chemicals, sitting in bags for months, sitting in an old ball bag for months, probably with traces of mold, would you drink it? The answer is, of course you wouldn't. Even Jill Biden wouldn't drink a bag so contaminated. Most of the coffee we consume is stale, flavorless, and full of harmful substances that have a negative effect on our health. Rumble's 1775 coffee, on the other hand, is free from harmful substances and chemicals, whilst it's also rich in flavor. The beans are sourced from high-altitude farms in Bolivia, roasted weekly in Miami, and delivered fresh to your doorstep. As believers in freedom, buying 1775 coffee helps fight back against other coffee makers that don't even care about you none. Join the coffee revolution and brew rebellion with Rumble's 1775 coffee. It's dark, it's delicious, but there are a variety of blends available. All you got to do is go to 1775coffee.com/brand. Use the code BRAND right now to get your 15% off. You can click that. There's stuff available whether you're in the Wake and Wonder chat or in the Rumble chat. It's pretty bloody good coffee. I'll tell you that right now. And I say that as an Englishman for whom the date 1775 is a very painful thing to reflect on.
And he told me what he had decided to do. And I asked him, "Are you sure?" And he said yes. And that's how I learned about it.
And what about the endorsement? Did you ask for it?
He was very clear that he was going to support me.
So when he called to tell you, he said, "I'm pulling out of the race and I'm going to support you."
Well, my first thought was not about me, to be honest with you.
Don't really think about myself. You know, when like people try and sell you the idea. Yeah, I don't really think about myself. When the president calls me and says that I'm not president anymore, I don't even really think about the connotations. Oh yes, but let's make me president. I better turn this bacon down, actually, because it seems like we're on the brink of like massive wars all over the world. I should probably do something like that. It seems like actually the whole government's been captured by a corporate class, and we've condemned and damned through propaganda like half of the population, and created like a metropolitan elite class that spends all of their time sneeringly damning blue collar and working men. Probably do something about that. Now that I'm president, I don't really think like that. Just, I don't know. You know that Don McLean song, Vincent, this world it was never meant for one as beautiful as you. Like that? The subject, I'm a bit like Van Gogh.
My first thought was about him, to be honest. I think history is going to show a number of things about Joe Biden's presidency.
History's not like an independent... History's not God, is it? History. Hello! Ho, ho, ho! I am history. History, Churchill will tell you, is written by the victors. History, Foucault will tell you, is deliberately superficial and amounts to propaganda. History is a set of ideas that are pushed in order to put you in a particular perspective. That's why if someone comes up with interesting and novel ideas about the perhaps ancient civilizations, or why if someone pushes a spiritual purview, they're condemned as maniacs and lunatics. There's no objectivity in history. History is merely the undergirding of the current order. And if history did have any objectivity, you go, Joe Biden, career politician, utterly corrupt in every way conceivable. You can look at his voting records, you can look at his career. He was completely in the hock of corporations, completely in the business of war, seems to be a man without ethics, and I'm beginning to wonder if he even had a fight with Corn Pop. And Corn Pop was a bad dude.
I think history is going to show that in so many ways it was transformative, be it on what we have accomplished around finally investing in America's infrastructure, investing in new economies, in new industries, what we have done to bring our allies back together and have confidence in who we are as America and grow that alliance, what we have done to stand true to our principles, including one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I think history is going to show not only has Joe Biden led an administration that has achieved those extraordinary successes, but the character of the man is one that he has been in his life and career, including as a president, quite selfless and puts the American people first.
He was dragged out of that office, wasn't he? By Pelosi and the Clintons and the Obamas. They didn't know what to do. His own wife, in the end, had to throw him under a bus. It was an absolute spectacle of elder abuse and lunacy, and look at what it has spawned. Yet another political candidate who can only be accommodated in environments that are plushy and cushy and soft and platitudinous, that don't allow for interrogation when it comes to war or even simple tax policies actually that have been announced, like capital gains tax, which sounds pretty bloody confusing to me. It's an outrage, it's ludicrous and ridiculous, and even CNN in their own post-mortem seem to be in damage control mode.
It wasn't a huge, I don't think she moved the ball that much forward. I don't think there's a policy separation that they created with Biden. Obviously, she gave a kind of personal defense of him.
Now, you might not like the way she answered him, but she answered him as a capable, qualified leader. And I do think she moved the ball forward a little bit. You know, maybe she didn't score a touchdown.
I think the two biggest issues coming out of Biden for her are the economic policies, which she clearly wants to embrace, but also the immigration policies. Dana asked her if she had anything to say about what they did for 3.5 years leading up until the back and forth this year. Completely sidestepped it, did not answer it. She goes back to her time as Attorney General, but again, absolutely nothing, no responsibility, no reflection at all on the day one executive actions or anything else they did for 3.5 years, or anything she said in her previous campaign, which was to have the most permissive immigration structure. She's trying to skip a block of time at the debate. Trump cannot allow it.
Hey, well, there you go. Let me know what you're going to be doing with your electoral rights this coming November. Let me know how you plan to sustain the onslaught of banality that will be coming your way. Encouraged to lay down supine amidst the anodyne and drink it like a fine wine, when in fact you are too refined to even imagine that this is anything other than another empty, hollow candidate incapable of spontaneity and openness. I pray for the day where the true humanity of Kamala Harris and all of the people that the centrists trot out before us can be experienced and can be lived. At the moment, really, I would have to say that this campaign is doing dark work indeed, furthering corporatism, furthering globalism, furthering division, distracting us from war and massacre, disillusion and despair, and potentially there could be a chance to disrupt it. Firstly, I would suppose by pursuing spiritual principles individually and by recognizing that new tectonic political plates are beginning to shift. At least that's my prayer, at least that's my hope of what could be born out of the Bobby Kennedy, Trump, Tulsi Gabbard shifting and changing anti-globalist movement across the world. Hey, that's just what I think. Why don't you let me know what you think in the comments and the chat? Remember to give us a like and subscribe wherever you are watching this. We stream every day here on Rumble. Stay free if you can. Hey, thanks for watching. If you want to see more uncensored content where free speech can flourish, join our live stream. Click the link right here to watch the next video if you want to, or become a member of a growing movement. Download the Rumble app and you'll be informed every time we make a new piece of content. Stay free.
Kayla Cavio hasn't done much in Northeast Pennsylvania.
I graduated from Scranton Preparatory School.
But we can judge her by the company she keeps. She's worked for a candidate who supports a national abortion ban without exception.
take a bathroom break in 1 second. Oh yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom bad. This coffee is starting to come out now. All right. Let me go get rid of some of this coffee real quick. Uh-oh. I'm back. I'm back. Yo, Russell Brand has been very critical of Trump. Like the last couple of days, the shit he's been posting seems like he's very pro or in favor of, but he's actually been kind of critical of Trump. But now it's just like everybody can see, like, especially because everybody keeps saying it too. It's mostly because Tulsi Gabbard and RFK are on that side now, and it's like, you know what? I'd rather vote for those guys and not let Camilla ditzy brainless ass and this fucking left-wing mind virus woke fucking shit keep spreading, yo. We can't let these motherfuckers keep doing this shit, yo. So it's just like, damn, it's Trump. It is Trump, but yo, once again, at least he got Tulsi Gabbard over there. He got RFK over there with him, and he got Vivek Ramaswamy. So I really don't feel bad voting this side. I don't feel bad voting for this team at all, yo. I don't. It's weird for me to say that, but I'm gonna be completely fine with my fucking vote, I guarantee. Alright, I'm just trying to switch this paper towel up so I can have a better place to wipe my brushes at. I think that might be a little too heavy. Maybe a softer blender for this part. Not that one either. Maybe this one, a fat, soft one.
There's a photograph in some of our yearbooks that shows Mr. Walls in his classroom teaching, and you'll notice on the board behind him, he has stickers from every political candidate who was running that year and posters from each political party. He deliberately did that because he wanted all students to feel comfortable in the classroom, and I think that's a really important piece of who he is. He wants everyone to come to the table and figure out how to make a better America together.
Swings? Our smart beds are temperature balancing. You're not too hot or too cold, so you sleep better. Sleep next level. Visit sleepnumber.com.
Is on tour will be in Duluth, Georgia, Jacksonville, Florida, Los Angeles, Tempe, Arizona, and Burbank, California. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for those tickets. Hi, Brady. I'm here with Kurt Mexican, live from Austin. Hi, Kurt.
Hey, Jimmy.
Good to see you. So let's talk about Kamala Harris's fantastic pre-recorded interview that got cut in half. This is from Twitter's. One of my good friends from college is a managing editor at CNN and told me and a few others that they had 41 minutes of tape, but Kamala Harris and her team objected to over half of the already taped interview. This tells us what most of us already know. Harris and the DNC own the mainstream media. Wait, so they cut it in half? What could possibly be that bad that they cut half the footage? Did Waltz and her have sex? Is that what happened? What happened?
I don't want to see that, Jimmy.
I'm sure most of my Hollywood friends will say, well, thank God the right people are in the authoritarian control now. That's what they'll say.
The people you have around you, that's why Tim Waltz is dead.
So that Tim Walz was her emotional support human being for the because she couldn't do it by herself, and it was
go, hey Tim, could you run in the men's room and give me a tampon real quick?
and it was weird that they had look how they're seated. You're not supposed to be seated like that on television. You're supposed to be given a seat cushion so she's as high as the person next to her. She looked like she was a little person.
I thought, well, look how she's leaning away from him. What is she, his wife?
Also, as Tim Young points out, they lied. They put this was live. You see how they...
Oh, my...
It was not live. It was pre-recorded and edited. So, yeah. So this is the people putting democracy back on the ballot. Got 0 votes in the primary to be the presidential candidate, got 0 votes. 0 votes, 0 votes. Both these people chosen by the donor class. And they won't talk to the press, and they're sitting down for a 19-minute interview. This is after a month and a half. After a month and a half, they're finally sitting down for a 19-minute interview. Well, actually 41, but they cut half it out. They forced them to cut half it out.
She was laughing most of it.
Giggles, yeah, that's the complaint stuff. It's probably this 21 minutes of giggles.
So the Vigilant Fox, who I follow on the Twitters, he says the awkward Kamala Harris interview. I watched it, so you don't have to. Here's what happened in under 5 minutes. Everybody to get well. First of all, Kamala Harris' first interview as the Democratic nominee just dropped. She brought with her VP for Tim Walz, and remarkably, it took her less than a minute to bring up Donald Trump claiming Americans are ready for a new way forward, and that it's time to turn. I just want everybody to get something straight. I'm not voting for Kamala Harris because I care about facts or the future of my nation or anybody else besides me. I'm voting for Kamala Harris for the joy. And if you get in the way of my joy, I will F you up.
I got the joy.
As a recently declared black woman, I identify as a black woman myself. I'm giving her my vote because she reminds me of me. So I also laugh inappropriately at tragedies and talk to everyone like they're in kindergarten.
I feel so seen.
I feel seen. Here she says, what's she going to do on day one? Here's what she says.
The voters are really eager to hear what your plans are. If you are elected, what would you do on day one in the White House?
Well, there are a number of things. I will tell you first and foremost, one of my highest priorities is to do what...
I'm sorry, but I have to stop it. Every time she talks, almost every time she talks, she sounds either like she's had a couple of too many wines, or she just woke up and is hungover.
Yeah, very simple.
Is that me? Or she took too many painkillers. Maybe a little bit too much cough syrup. You get what I'm saying, right?
She's on the lean. That's
Maybe.
to help her go from Indian to black is she drinks lean now.
So I don't know what that is. What's lean?
That's syrup.
Okay, here we go.
Purple syrup.
Rewind a little bit. Do you see what her tell is, Jimmy? She has to touch her face before she can answer this question.
Oh, really?
Yeah, watch.
Oh, here we go.
Day one in the White House.
Day one.
Well, there are a number of things. I will tell you first and foremost, one of my highest priorities is to do what we can to support and strengthen the middle class. When I look at
my notes,
the aspirations, the goals, the ambitions of the...
When I look at my notes.
She's looking at her notes right now. What's the first thing you're going to do when I get into office? And then she kind of tap dances around it.
You know,
well, first I'm going to do the things the
That's
American
really the point.
Like,
whenever you said my notes, she goes, I look at the aspirations and dreams.
Yes, like
that's the part written down for her.
Like she's got to do a face scratch, one of these weird ticks before she. You don't have that question like in the holster. You don't have that answer ready. Here's what I'm going to do day one. I'm going to do this, this, and this, and this. Boom, vote for me. She's like, well, here we go.
Well, cough syrup makes you itchy.
Yeah, I know Vicodin makes me itchy. I know that.
Yeah. That's the lean.
The aspirations, the goals, the ambitions of the American people. I think that people are ready for a new way forward. in a way that generations of Americans have been fueled by hope and by optimism.
First of all, she says a new way forward. You mean from the current administration that you're part of? You mean a different way from what we've been doing the last 4 years? That's weird that she says that. They want a new way forward. You know, away from what me and Joe have been doing.
Well, she wasn't the border czar, Jimmy. So
No, she was not.
Nothing. She literally did nothing. They struck the one thing off of her resume that she's supposed
That
to
one thing.
I think sadly, in the last decade, we have.
I mean, she looks hammered. I can't get over it. Yeah, she looks like somebody doing an impression of Betty Davis hammered.
Sadly, the last decade.
She looks hammered.
Tim, take over.
And in the former president, someone who has really been pushing an agenda and an environment that is about diminishing the character and the strength of who we are as Americans, really dividing our nation, and I think people are ready to turn the page on that.
You realize that you're on the page that you want to turn right now, right? Because you're the vice president. So the page we're on that you want to turn, you're on that page, and then when we turn the page, you're on that one too. You're gonna be on both pages. Anyway, wow. This is such a bad idea to wait this long because now everybody's focused on this interview. Instead of this just being another interview that she did for CNN, this would have been her 10th interview instead of her first, no one would have even noticed this interview and how weak she is.
It gets to them if you go like she's gonna be bad in interviews. So then the team's like, we gotta put her in an interview. It's gotta be great. Like sticking the stick in your bicycle tires meme.
Okay, here we go. Next up is then something remarkable happened. CNN unexpectedly asked a good question, pressing Harris on economic issues. She brought up here it is.
About, you call it the opportunity economy. You are well aware that right now many Americans are struggling. There's a crisis of affordability. One of your campaign themes is we're not going back. But I wonder what you say to voters who do want to go back when it comes to the economy specifically, because their groceries were less expensive, housing was more affordable when Donald Trump was president.
Let's start with the fact that when Joe Biden and I came in office, during the height of the pandemic, we saw over 10 million jobs were lost. People, I mean, literally, we were all tracking the numbers. Hundreds of people a day were dying because of COVID. The economy had crashed. In large part, all of that because of mismanagement by Donald Trump.
Oh, I thought it was because Dr. Fauci funded gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute that led to the COVID virus and being leaked and then causing a global pandemic. That's what I thought it was, but apparently it wasn't.
She just got done saying people are saying they had it better under Trump.
Yes.
And you're saying when you got there, it was a disaster. No, what? You're not answering the question. It wasn't a disaster.
Talking about the OnlyFans economy. Okay.
Of that crisis. When we came in, our highest priority was to do what we could to rescue America. And today, we know that we have inflation at under 3%. A lot of our policies have led to the reality that America recovered faster than any wealthy nation around the world. But you are right. Prices, in particular for groceries, are still too high. The American people know it, I know it. Which is why my agenda includes what we need to do to bring down the price of groceries. For example, dealing with an issue like price gouging. What we need to do to extend the child tax credit to help young families be able to take care of their children in their most formative years. What we need to do to bring down the cost of housing. My proposal includes what would be a tax credit of $25,000 for first-time home buyers.
Wow, do you see how long it took for her to get to that? It took all that blather for her to get to a tax credit. Yay! 25,000 tax credit for new homeowners. that won't even cover the moving costs, but yay!
Oh, maybe I could buy a car to live in.
Democrats have a way of making inconsequential BS sound just like they cured baldness or something. Okay, yay. Okay, I think she's got more to say.
So they can just have enough to put a down payment on a home, which is part of the American dream and their aspiration, but do it in a way that allows them to actually get on the path to achieving that goal and that dream.
That's it.
San Dimas high school football rules.
That's it. That's that. She's been for a month and a half. She's been working up to that answer.
Wow.
A month and a half.
Awesome. Awesome.
This is unbelievable. But the questioning didn't stop there. Dana Bash put Harris on the spot over her shifting stance on fracking. Harris previously stated in 2019 that there is no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. Now, listen to what she says now.
When you were in Congress, you supported the Green New Deal. And in 2019, you said, quote, there is no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. Fracking, as you know, is a pretty big issue, particularly in your must-win state of Pennsylvania.
I think she really fracked her campaign with this one. Am I right? Come on. The deeper she digs, the harder she fracks herself. Am I right? Here we go.
Want to ban fracking?
No, and I made that clear on the debate stage in 2020, that I would not ban fracking. As vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking.
In 2019, I believe, at a town hall, you said you were asked, would you commit to implementing a federal ban on fracking on your first day in office? And you said, there's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. So yes. So it changed in that campaign?
In 2020, I made very clear where I stand. We are in 2024, and I'm not.
You know, when Dana Bash, who is definitely a shill for the Democratic Party, no doubt about it, and for this candidacy, when she could kneecap you without even trying, you know you got trouble.
What did they cut? What did they cut from the interview if this wasn't clear?
If this was the good part?
These are the highlights.
And did you really think talking in a word salad around that question she was gonna? I gotta give tip of the hat to Dana Bash for coming back and saying, wait a minute, you said one thing in 2019 and then you changed it. What made you? She wouldn't let her go on it.
Even Dana Bash remembers that.
Even Dana Bash. And so let's listen to her. And by the way, she does look hammered or hungover. I'm not sure which it is.
It's lean.
Banning fracking. So yes. So it changed in that campaign?
In 2020, I made very clear where I stand. We are in 2024, and I've not changed that position, nor will I going forward. I kept my word, and I will keep my word.
You mean after you changed your word? After I changed it, and I
starting now.
Starting.
Starting now. I'm not going to
Did you
change it.
change that position at the time?
Well, let's be clear. My values have not changed.
You know, after she says, let's be clear, I just kind of black out.
Yeah, once you say that, it's just like, no, you're about to lie.
So Dana Bash does not let it go. She says, no, what made you change your position? You changed it. I'm not letting you off
I
the
kept my
hook.
word, and I will keep my word.
What made you change that position at the time?
Well, let's be clear. My values have not changed. I believe it is very important that we take seriously what we must do to guard against what is a clear crisis in terms of the climate. And to do that, we can do what we have accomplished thus far. The Inflation Reduction Act, what we have done to invest, by my calculation, over probably $1 trillion over the next 10 years, investing in a clean energy economy. What we've already done, creating over 300,000 new clean energy jobs. That tells me, from my experience as vice president, we can do it without banning fracking. In fact, Dana, excuse me, I cast the tie-breaking vote.
You called her Dana, then she said, sorry, Dana.
Dana's the wrong one.
I thought it's Dana Bash.
Yeah, it's not
Is it-
Dana.
it's not
She
Dana.
corrected herself to the wrong name.
Yeah.
I think it's Dana. I don't know.
But look at this.
I think it's Dana.
Look at how he seems like putting on the Rich Frankenstein, sitting next to sitting next to a puppet. That's what it looks like a little rag doll or something. That is such bad framing. Why would they? Who is on her staff? I thought she has the best people.
No, I think that all her people keep leaving, and they leave on purpose. And by the way, in 2020, in the debate with Pence, she was for fracking for the 2020, but she said Biden's for fracking and that won't change. So she's not consistent at all.
Gotta make
Not
the
consistent.
breaking points clips of them talking about how all her employees keep quitting. That's why she has good speeches. She can't keep it like they can't leave after like 30 days.
Actually increased leases for fracking as vice president. So I'm very clear about where I stand.
And was there some policy or
Starting
scientific
now.
data that you saw that you said, oh, okay, I get it now?
What I have seen is that we can grow and we can increase a thriving clean energy economy without banning fracking. Okay.
So I just want to play this for you. Watch this.
You were in Congress, you supported the Green New Deal. And in 2019, you said, quote, there is no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. Fracking, as you know, is a pretty big issue, particularly in your must-win state of Pennsylvania. Do you still want to ban fracking?
No, and I made that clear on the debate stage in 2020. The most important and most significant aspect of my policy perspective and decisions is my values have not changed.
Here, I want to
That
show you.
little girl was me.
That little Brianna Joy Gray caught this. Brianna Joy Gray tweeted this out. Let me get to it. Hold on. And I had a friend freshman year who was able to skim the table of contents and impressively get through a small upper class history of science seminar without anyone realizing he hadn't done the reading. Harris does not appear to have that gift.
Oh, Brianna Joy Gray.
So, and then she tweets out this video.
That the climate crisis is real, that it is an urgent matter to which we should apply metrics that include holding ourselves to deadlines around time. We did that with the Inflation Reduction Act. We have.
She's just gibberish. She just talks.
Deadlines around time.
Deadlines around time.
So deadlines.
So deadlines around time.
And
Kurt.
it's the significance of the passage of time.
Of time.
It's significant. Right. Fracking.
Again, I reiterate, Trump was the best thing that ever happened to the Democrats. To not only, it's amazing. They always have him to blame, and let's be honest, the only thing the president ever asked of Kamala Harris was to remind him of his name. That was the.
Trump was. They set him up to be the perfect thing to blame. Initially, they didn't think it would go this far.
So that's I think that's just hilarious about how my values haven't changed. Although I completely flip flopped on fracking, 100%. She's now flip flopped on the border wall. She's flip flopped on fracking. I'm sure there's other things that I can't think of.
My policy on fracking hasn't changed. It will change, and it will not change. Now let's talk about that building that wall.
Agreed. She made them take out the part where Dana Bass said, "How can you fully support the Green New Deal and fracking at the same time?" She didn't have an answer for it except to say she will get it done. What does that even mean? Well, it means that she's turning into Larry the Cable Guy. That's what that means. That's what that means. So that's the part she made them take out. So she pressed her on that. It was why would CNN allow a politician to edit their interview? I know why. Then came the question about the border crisis, a glaring issue for the Biden-Harris administration. When Bash asked why it took 3.5 years, Biden-Harris team to implement asylum restrictions amidst record illegal border crossing, Harris didn't hesitate to shift the blame to Trump. Yes, this really happened. Ready to watch this? I'm ready to watch this. Here we go.
Another issue, big one, is immigration. As vice president, you were tasked with addressing the root causes of migration in southern countries and
Northern part of Central America.
the northern part of Central America that deals with, that affects the southern border of the US. During the Biden-Harris administration, there were record numbers of illegal border crossings. Why did the Biden-Harris administration wait 3.5 years to implement sweeping asylum restrictions?
Well, first of all, the root causes work that I did as vice president, that I was asked to do by the president, has actually resulted in a number of benefits, including historic investments by American businesses in that region. The number of immigrants coming from that region has actually reduced since we began that work. But I will say this, that Biden and I and our administration worked with members of the United States Congress on an immigration issue that is very significant to the American people and to our security, which is the border.
God.
And through bipartisan work, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress, a bill was crafted, which we supported, which I support. And Donald Trump got word of this bill that would have contributed to securing our border. And because he believes that it would not have helped him politically, he told his folks in Congress, don't put it forward. He killed the bill. A border security bill that would have put 1,500 more agents on the border. And let me tell you something, the Border Patrol endorsed the bill. And I'm sure in large part because they knew they were working around the clock. And 1,500 more agents would.
So she's basically saying that Donald Trump, out of office, has more power than and Joe Biden have in office. The most powerful position in the world.
While fighting multiple court cases.
While fighting multiple court lawfare. Somehow he has more power than they do. And by the way, that's also BS because they went ahead and implemented the border restrictions without, that was all a joke. They didn't need that bipartisan agreement to do that. The president had the power to go do what he did, which is what they just did. She asked them, why did you wait 3.5 years to implement that? And she says, Donald Trump's fault. She's really saying that. Okay.
Help them. That bill would have allowed us to increase seizures of fentanyl. Ask any community in America that has been devastated by fentanyl what passing that bill would have done to address their concern and pain that they've experienced.
So you would push that legislation again?
So thank God she finally got to the core of the problems of America. Fentanyl. Yes. Not endless war or poisoning every last resource that humanity lives on. Let's not get caught up in the small details, huh? Fentanyl. We're talking about millions and millions and millions of people crossing the border. There's been studies that talk about how it costs at least $150 billion.
They can't seize fentanyl?
That's what she's saying. So now she's saying now, well, here's what she's saying. Let's back it up a little. That bill would have helped him. And it looks like Tim Walz is just sitting there saying, he's like sitting there saying, no, please don't say any more bullshit. Don't say any more bullshit, please. Please, just don't say more.
I just want to know what's inside his cheeks.
Passing that bill would have done to address their concern and pain that they've experienced.
So you would push that legislation again? I just want to
Not
ask
only
about.
push it, I will make sure that it comes to my desk and I would sign it.
Sign it. No, I'm telling you, she does always sound like she's on too many Xanax or she's on her 4th glass of wine. Is that how she normally talks?
She talks like a 5-year-old that you asked them if they brushed their teeth, and then they were like, well, I didn't mouthwash, and I went in the bath. Like, they'll say everything but the answer if they didn't brush their teeth.
Dana Bash questioned Kamala on Trump's allegations of turning black for political purposes. After a long, awkward pause, here it is. Let's watch it.
I was a little bit surprised. People might be surprised to hear that you have never interacted with him, met him face to face. That's going to change soon. But what I want to ask you about is what he said last month. He suggested that you happened to turn black recently for political purposes, questioning a core part of your identity.
Yeah. And he's same old tired playbook.
Next question, please. That's it? Okay.
Well, she did it. I bet they made them cut out all the parts where she laughed like that.
Mm-hmm.
I bet you that's the parts that they cut out, where she went into her crazy. See, I'm not supposed to say sociopath. Because YouTube will demonetize it. You can't call.
Uh-oh. How can we say release the Snyder cut?
But it is definitely a bizarre laugh. How about that? It shows that you don't have any connection to what you're actually saying. It's inappropriate. Tim Walz,
It's like the doctor on The Simpsons, the black doctor from The Simpsons. It's that. It's Dr. Hibbert.
Tim Walz finally got his first question when his claims of serving in war crumbled on air. In a 2018 video clip, Walz said, "We can make sure that those weapons of war that I carried in war is the only place where those weapons are at." Well, he didn't. He never carried a weapon in war. He never went to the battlefield. He never did that.
Did
He's
you
never.
see the face he's making, Jimmy? The
Yeah.
Classic. That's the face Congressman Weiner made when he got caught texting that teen.
Oh yes.
They always do this.
Now she's going to confront him with it, and he's going to dodge it. Let's watch him dodge it.
Stearns & Foster, what comfort should be. During our Labor Day sale, bring home incredible comfort.
Governor Walz, the country is.
And first, again, this is stuff. Why did they? Are they trying to save money on lighting? Why is this lit so poorly? Why do they seem like they're sitting in the dark? Why is she seem like a little person next to a giant? It's so everything about this is bad. Okay, here we go.
Starting to get to know you. I want to ask you a question about how you've described your service in the National Guard. You said that you carried weapons in war, but you have never deployed actually in a war zone. A campaign official said that you misspoke. Did you?
Well, first of all, I'm incredibly proud.
First of all, when he says weapons of war, he meant like kitchen supplies and things like that. That's those were the things he carried. Most.
And then tampons for men.
Tampons, kitchen supplies, laundry. Those are the things he carried in war. Anyway, here we go.
Okay.
Here's the beginning of his BS answer. Here we go.
An official said that you misspoke. Did you?
Well, first of all, I'm incredibly proud. I've done 24 years of wearing the uniform of this country. Equally proud of my service in a public school classroom, whether it's Congress or the governor. My record speaks for itself, but I think people are coming to get to know me. I speak like they do. I speak candidly. I wear my emotions on my sleeves, and
everybody embellishes their war record, right? That's why I speak like them. Who doesn't? What do you mean I speak?
Proud of my time as a school teacher too. So let's not just. I'm proud of a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
He could.
Of everything I've done, I'm so proud of myself. I'm my biggest supporter.
Or the governor. My record speaks for itself, but I think people are coming to get to know me. I speak like they do. I speak candidly. I wear my emotions on my sleeves, and I speak especially passionately about
the fake war service I did.
When I was deployed to Italy those fateful years.
He went to Italy. He didn't go to Afghanistan. He didn't go to Iraq. He went to Italy.
In a time of war, I was in Italy.
I was attacking plates of pasta and lasagna and some gabagool.
So Joy Behar could get that vacation.
Yes.
children being especially passionately about our children being shot in schools and around guns. So I think people know me. They know who I am. They know where my heart is. And again, my record has been out there for over 40 years.
Yeah, but what about the thing when you lied about carrying a weapon of war? That's the question. This is amazing to watch.
People know me. They like
People
me.
know
They,
me.
they know me.
I talk like them.
Jesse Ventura said you're not supposed to ask me that.
Yeah.
So.
And the idea that you said that you were in war, did you misspeak as the campaign has said?
Yeah, I said we were talking about, in this case, this was after a school shooting, the ideas of carrying these weapons of war. And my wife, the English, you told my grammar's not always correct. But again, if it's not this.
Oh, that damn wife of mine telling me about your grammar's not correct? No, you said you carried weapons of war in war.
What's grammar mean?
Can you imagine that the team that prepped them, that they say, okay, if they ask you the question about your military service, blame your wife on grammar.
Bring up your wife and talk about grammar.
And make sure
This is what they came up with.
Yeah, and then make sure you're 2 feet taller than Kamala in this whole interview, so she looks like she's weak and not prepared to be a leader.
She looks like
Well, I think that's on purpose because they don't really think she's good. So it's like Democrats are geared towards, it's the people around them that matter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's probably better for a dipshit Democrat.
Well, that's okay.
It's an attack. And my wife, the English you taught my grammar is not always correct. But again, if it's not this, it's an attack on my children for showing love for me, or it's an attack on my dog. I'm not going to do that. And the one thing I'll never do is I'll never demean another member's service in any way. I never have, and I never will.
Yeah, that's not what they're asking you to do.
You didn't have service in a war, so how could you demean a service you didn't do?
This is what they came up with. They had almost 2 months to prepare for this. They knew this question was coming, and this is all they had. That's what they came up with. You just say, yeah, I misspoke. I got emotional and I let it get away from me, and I apologize for that. And then we can move on. She has to ask him 3 times. Yeah, but what about when you said the thing? Like, did they really? This doesn't even work on CNN news, people.
You really could just say I misspoke. You really could do that.
Just say that. Just say, yeah, I misspoke.
And people want to give it to you. People that want to vote Democrat want to give it to you.
Yes.
You just say that and they'll forget about it. They're probably going to forget about this.
Did you see how Dana almost had a problem doing the follow-up question?
Yes.
She's like,
okay.
So, do you want to answer it?
I hate to do this, but you didn't answer. That is how she looks. Okay, him.
Governor Walz, the country is just starting to get to know you. I want to ask you a question about how you've described your service in the National Guard. You said that you carried weapons
Oh, wait,
in
we
war,
already did
but
this.
you
Okay,
kept.
we already did this. Most important question of the night dropped. CNN's Dana Bash asked Harris if she had any regrets about hiding Biden's dementia. The public. And here it comes. Here's what she says.
You were a very staunch defender of President Biden's capacity to serve another 4 years. Right after the debate, you insisted that President Biden is extraordinarily strong. Given where we are now, do you have any regrets about what you told the American people?
No, not at all.
No, and I would lie to them to their face again today. In fact, I'm about to do it right now. Watch this. You think I feel bad about lying about that? No, watch this. I'm going to lie right now. Watch this.
Not at all. I have, with President Biden for almost 4 years now, and I'll tell you, it's one of the greatest honors of my career, truly. He cares so deeply about the American people. He is so smart and loyal to the American people.
He's so loyal, he crushed a railroad union strike. That's how loyal. He was so loyal, his kid took millions and millions of dollars from foreign adversary. Anyway, no, again.
Why would she regret what she did when she's with no election in the candidate? Like, she regret it. It worked out great.
It worked out great for her.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now she's going to tell you how smart Joe Biden is, how loyal he is. He's so loyal, he passed a crime bill that's locked up black and brown people for the same thing his kids did on video. And he wants you to have he's so loyal, he made it so you can't declare bankruptcy because of your student debts or medical he's so loyal. He's loyal to Wall Street, he's loyal to the military-industrial complex, he's loyal to big oil, and he's loyal to big tech. He's not loyal to anybody else. He's not loyal to the American people. And Joe Biden has always been a punchline his entire career.
So loyal, Jimmy, she had to drive him out into the woods and say, "You're free now, Joe." You're free.
Spent hours upon hours with him, be it in the Oval Office or the Situation Room. He has the intelligence, the commitment, and the judgment and disposition that I think the American people rightly deserve in their president. By contrast, the former president has none of that. And so, one, I am so proud to have served as vice president to Joe Biden. And two, I'm so proud to be running with Tim Walz for President of the United States and to bring America what I believe the American people deserve, which is a new way forward, and turn the page on the last decade of what I believe has been contrary to where the spirit of our country really lies.
So she did this a couple of times in 19 minutes. So it's a 41-minute interview. I only got to see that. She did it a couple times where she said she refers to the last decade. So a decade ago was 2014. Barack Obama was president. Barack Obama was president for 2 more years. With your 4 years and Barack Obama's 2 years of the last decade, you guys have been president Democrats have been president for 6 out of the last 10 years. Talks about the last decade. You've been in control the majority of that time. Weirdest thing, like they didn't, again, is this what the answer they came up with? Talk about the last decade. No, if you want to make it about Trump, you would say the last 8 years.
Yeah, why would you go all the way back to the Obama time?
Why would you go back to 2 years before Obama quit?
It just shows us how she's bad at math.
I guess.
The last decade, of course, the last 3.5 years has been part of your administration.
I'm talking about an era that started about a decade ago.
A decade ago. You mean with Barack Obama and president in 2014? You know, Barack Obama got reelected in 2012. You get how this works, right? Every 4 years? This answer. She kept saying it. And even Dana Bash, or Donna, even Dana Bash says, you guys have been president for the last 3.5 years.
One suggestion, warped, I believe it to be, that the measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down, instead of where I believe most Americans are, which is to believe that the true measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you lift up. That's what's at stake as much as any other.
The only people that Joe Biden lifted up were little kids so he can sniff them.
I believe it. She's talking about Yoda. False, I believe it to be.
What?
She does every time she talks. I thought Hillary Clinton was a bad candidate and repulsive to most voters, which she was. But there's nothing, you can't sink your hook anything into anything she's saying.
Measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you lift up. That's what's at stake as much as any other detail that we could discuss in this election.
Who should she lift up? Illegal immigration?
Next came the most painful moment to watch of the night. Kamala Harris she broke down in tears when she recalled. I don't think she broke down in tears. So here she is talking about the day that Joe Biden told her he was dropping out.
Down in tears when I watched the whole thing. It's brutal.
This is such a BS answer. This is, watch this. Watch. She adds details that aren't relevant to. That's how you know someone's lying. They add all these extra details that have nothing to do with anything. She's trying to make it seem more real. Watch this.
When he called you and said he was pulling out of the race, what was that like? And did he offer to endorse you right away, or did you ask for it?
It was a Sunday, so here I'll give you a little too much information.
It was a Sunday. What? Yeah, I was wondering what day of the week it was.
Yeah.
My guess it was going to be a Tuesday. That's what I thought.
Oh, dude, that's so dumb. I was sure it'd be a Sunday. Hey, I hope she tells the long story about her stupid family I don't care about.
Or maybe a Monday, because just another manic Monday. Oh, my Monday.
There's no such thing, Madam Vice President.
My family was staying with us, and including my baby nieces, and we had just had pancakes and, Auntie, can I have more bacon? Yes, I'll make you more bacon. And then we were sitting down to do a puzzle. And the phone rang, and it was Joe Biden. And he told me what he had decided to do. And
tell me how it bothered you.
I asked him, "Are you sure?"
And then he said, yeah, and I was like, yes! Yes! Right in their asses! I'm gonna be president! Yes! All those people who said I was the most unpopular vice president, I didn't get a vote, I had to drop out before Iowa, Tulsi Gabbard, right in your ass! I'm gonna be president!
It's a story. Did she pick it or not?
That's how it really happened. But this is what she's gonna tell you how it happened. Ready?
Yes. And that's how I learned about it.
And what about the endorsement? Did you ask for it?
He was very clear that he was going to support me.
So when he called to tell you, he said, I'm pulling out of the race and I'm going to support you.
Well, my first thought was not about me, to be honest with you. My first thought was about him.
Be more honest.
To be honest.
So if you have to say that you're being honest twice in one sentence, I get the feeling you're not being so honest. I have a feeling like you're trying to deceive me. That's like a used car salesman. Hey, I don't want to lie to you. This car's great. That's what that sounds like.
Let's be honest. I wasn't thinking about myself. Whoa, thanks for being honest. That must have been hard for you.
Is that hard?
Tell me about your selflessness.
Oh my God, I'm gonna be honest. I was the best person you could possibly think of at that moment. To be honest, I was fantastic.
It's like when Dick Cheney did a fact-finding mission to find that he was the best candidate.
Did you know Dick Cheney was put in charge of to go find a vice president for George Bush, and he comes back and goes, "Hey, turn it to me."
To be honest.
To be honest. So that's her saying. So when you say to be honest twice in one answer, you know she's BSing you, because that's what this is.
And he was very clear that he was going to support me.
So when he called it,
Why is she always whispering? Is it just me, or does anybody else notice that when she's talking, she's whispering? This is right. It's like you just woke her up out of a deep sleep and she's hungover. That's how people talk when they're. She's. No wonder she had to drop out before Iowa when she ran for president. She's a horrible politician. She's not endearing. She's not likable. There's nothing to sink your hooks into. She doesn't have any charisma.
None of the things. She doesn't even have the phoniness of a Gavin Newsom.
Right, exactly.
he said, I'm pulling out of the race and I'm going to support you.
So
Well, my first thought was not about me, to be honest with you.
To be honest with you, my first thought was makes me look like a true, unselfish, great person. To be honest, my first thought, to be honest. Fantastic. My first thought, really, I'm really a great, what, to be honest. To be honest. Do you know her first thought was, yabba-dabba-doo? Finally, the old man, because they threatened to 25th Amendment him. And Barack Obama called him, Joe Biden, and said, hey, Kamala's on board. She's going to 25th Amendment you. And now she's trying to pretend, no, it wasn't, my first thought, honestly, wasn't about me. What, Kurt?
Jimmy, when you hear the conspiracy theory that Barack Obama still pulls the strings in the shadows, you know?
Of course he does.
Democrats go, oh, good. They don't find any problem with that. They're
That's
like,
right.
oh, good. Him and Hillary are still secretly controlling, so it doesn't matter what she says. They love that idea.
So let's watch this.
Very clear that he was going to support me.
So when he called to tell you, he said, I'm pulling out of the race and I'm going to support you.
Well, my first thought was not about me, to be honest with you.
To be honest.
My first thought was about him.
Honestly?
To be honest.
Okay.
I think history is going to show a number of things about Joe Biden's presidency. I think history is going to show that in so many ways it was transformative.
Why is she whispering?
Be it on what we have accomplished around finally investing in America's infrastructure, investing in new economies, in new industries, what we have done to bring our allies back together and have confidence in who we are as America and grow that alliance, what we have done to stand true to our principles, including one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I think history is going to show not only has Joe Biden led an administration that has achieved those extraordinary successes, but the character of the man. is one that he
Jesus Christ.
has been in his life and career, including as a president, quite selfless and puts the American people first.
Oh my God, just like you did. To be honest, just like you did, to be honest. Honestly,
CNN was right to cut this. I'm not. They were 100% right. I don't want to know the rest of it.
So here in the final moments, Kamala attempted to quell the concerns of every doubter who's called her a DEI hire. Here's what she says.
You know, I am running because I believe that I am the best person to do this job at this moment, for all Americans, regardless of race and gender.
Yeah.
The only
job.
Which you mean the president? The only reason chosen by the war machine to represent the face of imperialism is because she's a black woman. Just like Barack Obama. When Barack Obama dropped more bombs than George Bush, nobody noticed, because the Democrats are usually supposed to be the ones who are protesting war. And that's why the Wall Street and the military industrial complex loved having a black guy do their dirty work. It's like no one's going to be upset that a black guy is bombing brown people.
I believed in him. I was like, he probably do what he has to do.
Yeah.
I 100%. He could sell it. He really could.
When a black guy kicks 5.1 million families, not people, but families out of their homes, while he makes sure the bankers got their bonuses, you think like, oh, it's a black guy doing it. He must be. Same thing. Now it's got a black woman. It's even better. Even better. If she's got to bomb somebody, you know that it has to be done. And if she's got to kick some people out of their house when the banks crash again, it's got to be done. But they love this because the left goes to sleep. The left went to sleep during Barack Obama, and they never protested anything he did. And they're not going to protest her. And that's what the war machine wants, and that's what Wall Street wants.
Amazing to go into a deeper trance and then ironically call yourself woke. That's one of the funniest things I've ever heard. Like the exact inverse of waking up.
Hey, come see us on tour. We'll be in Duluth, Georgia, Jacksonville, Florida, Los Angeles, Tempe, Arizona, and Burbank, California. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for those tickets.
This is Sylvia and Bob's house. Bob served in the Army and law enforcement. Sylvia was a teacher and a secretary. Good, hard-working Americans who earned their retirement. So when prices go up, Social Security should keep up. And our veterans should get the very best health care.
Matt Cartwright is looking out for us.
Not the rich and powerful. It's as simple as that. I'm Matt Cartwright, and I approve this ad.
I have some tour dates to tell you about. I'll be in Las Vegas, Nevada over Labor Day weekend. If you're going to be there, then I will too. I'll be in Bend, Oregon, Spokane, Washington, Portland, Oregon, Vancouver in the Canada, Oklahoma City, North Little Rock, Springfield, Missouri, Kansas City, Missouri, Sioux Falls, La Crosse, Green Bay, Moline, Lafayette, Louisiana, and Beaumont, Texas. All tickets through theovon.com/TOUR. And thank you so much for your support. I can't thank you enough. My ninth grade civics teacher, Barbara Olinger, would be tickled to know that one of her students is getting to sit down with a president today. So I just want to speak her name. She taught me to care about our country, and I still do. Today's guest is the 45th President of the United States of America, and he's currently running for president on the Republican ticket. He's been an entrepreneur, a businessman, a television personality. We sat down at his club in Bedminster, New Jersey, and we want to thank the crew there for helping us make the production happen. He's one of the most famous people on earth, and I'm grateful for this chance to learn more about the man behind the headlines. Today's guest is Donald Trump.
your thing is going really great. My son's a big fan of yours, Baron.
Really, Baron is?
Yeah.
Oh, my.
yeah,
He
Baron.
just graduated high school, right?
That's right. He just did. He knows you very well. He said, "Dad, he's big."
Wow.
Yeah, big one.
That's cool.
So that's good.
What,
Well, that's where it is nowadays, right?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I can't believe that we're able to get platforms. And I started in my kitchen, and then it's evolved out of there.
That's fantastic.
I mean, it's pretty unbelievable. What does Baron
Hey,
play?
you want to start? You go ahead.
Yeah, we're good. Are we rolling?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah, that's does Baron play sports or anything?
He does. He plays golf and different sports, soccer. Loves soccer. Very good at soccer. He's a good athlete, Aaron.
Yeah. Is he gonna go? Has he already picked a college or no?
He has, and he's getting set to go in the fall. Good college, a very good one. And he was always a very good student. He's smart guy.
Which one of your kids? What's something you admire about each one of your sons?
Don is a hunter. He's a great, great hunter, and knows everything about that world and guns and all. He was the first one that said, "Dad, boy, you got lucky," because I didn't realize that 130 yards is actually very close, Orleans. And he said, "You got lucky." He knew immediately when he saw that. He said, "It's incredible," because that's considered a pretty close distance.
From how far the shooter was?
Yeah.
Oh,
And the
yeah.
guy wasn't a bad shooter, supposedly. He's a very disturbed guy, but he wasn't a bad shooter. And Eric, likewise, he loves the business. He loves real estate. Also very much of a hunter and understands a lot of things about that. They were sort of, as young guys, they were with their grandfather, and he would take them hunting in Czechoslovakia. They developed very well. And
Czechoslovakia,
yeah,
damn.
can you imagine?
It's a lot of letters even.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
That's a name you don't hear too much anymore, but it was...
I need a scope just to get through the spelling of that word.
That's right, a lot of people.
Yeah.
But so he'd go, they'd spend time in Europe and they'd do that. That's where he learned a lot about both of them, really good.
With your dad, they would go?
Grandfather, actually, they had a grandfather who was a wonderful outdoorsman and athlete. And during the summer, he'd take them out into the woods and they'd go hunting and lots of things, and they loved it. They got to love it. And that's Don and that's Eric.
Yeah, they're
And-
funny.
Oh, yeah.
They have a good sense of humor, too. Like, whenever I see them at UFC, it's like...
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I just, the first time I was nervous, I think, and then after that, when I've seen them, it's fun to kind of cut up with them a little bit.
Yeah, well, they're good. They're good guys, and they really they get along great with the rest of the family. We all get along great. We have a good family, but I love you. You talk about a great guy. How about Dana White?
Yeah.
Good job he does, right?
Yeah, I want to thank Dana too for helping get us set up together. Yeah, he makes it happen. I like Dana. He doesn't waste words. He doesn't waste time. He likes to, I think, be efficient, and he seems like a strong sense of integrity for himself.
Yeah, nobody like him actually. It's there's an expression that everybody is replaceable. Not Dana.
Yeah.
Nobody could do what he does, and he's made that sport into a big monster sport.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, and we go there and we enjoy it. Go with him. Sometimes we do walk-ons with Dana, and the place sort of likes it.
Oh yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, but
There's a
Dana,
video
yeah,
of us. I was behind you in one video. I'm sure the dogs here will pull it up. But yeah, those are some of my favorite things ever. UFC became my favorite sport during the pandemic because Dana was brave enough to stay open.
He was it. He was the whole ball game. He was the only sport, and he'd open up in arenas with nothing other than very good fighters.
Yeah.
And they would be fighting. He had some of the best fights during the pandemic.
Yeah.
But he
was
was in-
exceptional. There it is right there. See, look.
Oh,
there
yeah.
you are, and I'm right behind you there.
Oh,
Slapping
wow.
with that hat on, the white guy in
Oh,
that
that's
hat.
great. That's right. The white guy in the hat is right. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of us there, but I was one of them for sure.
That's right.
Yeah, see, that's me right there.
Good sport, isn't it, huh?
Yeah, I'm a Dustin Poirier fan, so.
Oh, he's great. He
I
was,
know.
boy, I tell you, he's a warrior. That last fight he had, whether you like it or not, he is a warrior.
Yeah. Yeah, it felt like he didn't get the victory, but it didn't feel like he lost.
No, he didn't lose that fight. He really, the man he was fighting was tough. He was tough and didn't expect that same fight. But he oftentimes he makes people suffer. There's no question about it. No, he's a pro. He's a professional.
He's all heart. He's from Louisiana. That's where I'm from.
As that fight went along, he just got stronger and stronger, and he was getting pounded, and he was going to be choked out about 4 different times, and he just wouldn't let it happen. No, you say hello to him. He's good.
Yeah, I'll make sure to.
He's a really great fighter.
And he cooks Thanksgiving dinner every year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll have to go sometime. Huh?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
He must do good food.
he does. Yeah, he does some good stuff over there. Yeah. What was the first? Do you remember like the first fight that you ever went to, whether it was UFC or boxing or anything?
Yeah, I do. It was Joe Frazier, Muhammad Ali, Madison Square Garden, many, many years ago. And I think that was the first fight I went to. I always liked the boxing.
How old were you, remember?
Oh boy, I don't know. You can deduct it from what I am now, but it was a long time ago. But they were 2 undefeated fighters. They were both undefeated. Muhammad became a friend of mine. So did Joe, Jolton Joe. They were 2 great fighters. That fight was incredible. I think they had like many heart attacks that night, literally heart attacks in Madison Square Garden. I think it was Madison Square Garden. The fight was so unbelievable. 2 undefeated heavyweight champions.
I don't know what color to do
It
in the
was very
background. She
UFC.
said the mom's
There was
favorite
no
color was
competition,
pink.
really.
I don't
Was
know if
it?
I want to do pink for
And
this
so you had
thing.
2 guys. Remember that Muhammad wasn't allowed to fight because of lots of different things, and he was a terrific guy. Both terrific guys. Very
And they
different.
finally made it happen. They finally
And
made
they
that
made it
bout
happen.
happen.
So you had 2 undefeated heavyweight champions.
So I normally,
fighting.
in these situations, I just normally do my
with
kind
my
of
father
tannish,
and my brother Robert.
brownish
And
background.
it was just, I don't
It's
know. I
very-
must have been
just a
very
neutral
young. It was a
color.
long time ago, but
So
you
let's
would
just
never
try
forget
to
it. That was
put
one of
that
those
together real
moments.
quick, and
You
we'll
know,
just
literally
go with our nice
many
common.
heart attacks in the arena.
If people having too much fun, or what
No,
do you
they were
think? It was
just
drugs?
having heart attacks because it was such a crazy event.
Oh, yeah.
It was so, the people were just, I know a friend of mine, a father, he went, he had a heart attack. Literally, they took him out. They were taking people out.
It's an early
It was,
KO.
and I don't hear that anymore. I mean, there are other exciting
Yeah.
sporting events. I don't think there's ever been, I don't know, I guess there has, but you would think Joe Frazier, Muhammad Ali, their first fight, but it was a very exciting time.
Yeah, and just people being, I guess, yeah, sometimes our systems aren't ready to handle the amount of excitement that's going on, you know? Like, I think, like, yeah, maybe people just couldn't even handle so much joy. You think it was that, people were just so excited.
And heart attacks. I mean, they just had, I guess they do it, maybe Super Bowls or something.
Oh, people have heart attacks eating a thick soup, you know? So it's like, I'm not surprised that something so awesome like that would make your heart be like, yeah, I'm out.
Yeah, but I never hear of it, you know, and I'm sure
Anymore.
it happens. Just that one, but we had an exciting event the other night with Elon Musk
yeah.
and me.
I'll listen.
We had a pretty big audience for that one, I can tell you.
Yeah, I listened for probably about like 20 minutes. I thought it was cool. It was, I think the tough part was just like just like, it would have been neat if you guys could have been in the same spot, you know? But I still thought it was
I
exceptional.
heard the audio was great, and actually they put out a clear tape of it because they had clear tape.
Oh,
And
nice.
they had so many millions and millions of people watching, like record numbers of people. And I'm trying to figure out, we're on a cell phone, or I was. You know, that's a lot of people coming into a cell phone one way or the other.
Yeah.
But I heard some people had a problem with the audio. Don't do that thing, you know, that was done. And we had a great conversation. It was for 2 hours and 15 minutes. They just put out a clear tape of it, a perfect tape of it. But
I'll
yeah,
go back and
I
listen to
sounded, I think I sounded, somebody said your voice was distorted or something. And you know, I guess it happens. Look, that was such a big thing, such a big audience. But I would have loved to have seen the clear tape originally. They put it out right after the show, so now it's a clear tape where a perfect tape done there.
Yeah.
But when it goes through different phone systems and everything else, you think if we were together, that doesn't happen then? Because I think his voice was more clear.
Yeah, maybe because he was the one who was like initiating the call. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure about how all that works. But yeah, I know that in post a lot of times they can tighten things up and make it better. You know, yeah, it's amazing how Elon, like, the cost to really have your own voice in the world is $44 billion basically.
Wow.
If you want to have your voice, like, you know what I'm saying? He has his own channel.
And he does what he wants to do.
Yeah.
And he's a fantastic guy, and he's a brilliant person, and the country should be very proud of him, actually. I have Truth, which has been very successful.
True Social, you mean?
True Social, yeah, and that's been very successful in getting my voice out. Well, I needed a voice because I was on Twitter and I was on Instagram. I was on all of it, and I was on Facebook. And when you added it up, I was told by Zuckerberg and others it was like record-setting type of numbers. And then one day I didn't have anything because they canceled. I mean, they canceled.
There's such a collusion there, right?
Yeah, it was a pretty bad thing, and so I had nothing. So after about a month, I have a lot of things to say, and after about a month, I said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just go out and put out an old public relations statement. You remember that? And although you're a little young to see it, but in the old days, you'd put out a statement, and it was just gobbled up. It was really gobbled up, and I opened Truth, and Truth has become terrific, actually, for me.
Platform.
I really want just as a platform. I mean, it's more important than anything else. And
at least you had your voice then. You could say what you
gave
want to
me
say.
my voice back, yeah. I had hundreds of millions of people. Even now, I haven't been too active on X, but I have, I guess, 90 some odd million people on it. But I was much higher than that when I was
It's like
actually
all
on
the
it.
people. I don't know how many people there are.
Yeah, it's been, but I love the job he's done, and he's brought a certain voice back into play.
Yeah.
The previous people were terrible.
Yeah.
Every time you do a thing, you'd be red flagged. They'd put up a red flag. Every statement you made, you'd be red flagged.
Yeah, it's almost like, it's like when you have a baby.
Fuck you. That's another 93. That's another 93. That's another 93. That's another 93. That's 6 93s consecutive. How you doing, Your Honor? How you doing, sir? Kiss my ass. This is. You know what? Fuck you. Okay. That's content. That's 93. Keep going. Fuck you. That's another 93. That's another 93. That's another 93. That's another 93. That's 6 93s consecutive. How you doing, Your Honor? How you doing, sir?
Yo, Your Honor was not playing with that nigga. Yo, it's another 93 days, nigga. I can hold you in contempt of court for 93 days, bitch. It's 3 months, nigga. This motherfucker just gave himself damn near 2 years of prison time just for saying some dumb shit in the courtroom, yo. Why? I'll hold you in contempt 93 days. Fuck you. That's another 93. Fuck you again. That's another 93. You want to keep going? Fuck you. That's another. You got 6 consecutive 93-day prison stays. Motherfucker was dumb. You mad? I get it. I get you mad. Don't make that shit worse, nigga. Almost done with the fucking underpainting, yo. It only took me, what time is it? It's almost noontime. I've been in here since about 6. So about 6 hours. I took a few breaks. You know, I was on Instagram chatting for a little while. I did have some breakfast, smoked a little bit, been drinking coffee the whole time, but in roughly about 6 hours, I was able to go from a sketch to a finished underpainting. Not a finished painting, but the underpainting is done. So I think I can let this sit until Monday. So tomorrow, or maybe even this afternoon, I may come up in here and work on my own stuff a little bit more. But definitely, a lot of this should be tacky enough on Monday that I can come back in here and start on some detail layers. I tried to use a lot of medium on this underpainting and do little thinner layers of paint where I could, and hopefully that'll help it dry better. And plus the toning of the canvas was, this color is really good for this piece because the mom's skin tone is very fair skinned, so I didn't have to apply a lot of paint for the underpainting to her skin tone. I just actually used the toned surface of the canvas as the skin tone. So I'm almost certain that that will be dry enough to work on in a day or so. Almost certain. And if not, it is what it is, and we'll just wait until it's ready, you know? If I can't get to it on Monday, I'll get to it when it tells me it's ready for details. And that could be Tuesday or Wednesday. Who knows? I'm hoping Monday. I think we can do something on Monday. But if not, it'll be fine. Like, so I still got a couple of my own projects that I'm working on anyway. Alright, so there's that. For these commissions, I don't normally paint the edges, but I have a lot of this background paint that I just mixed up, so might as well just slap it on here. Nice and easy like that. Give the edge a little color. Now, I'm gonna automatically forget, like in the next 3 or 4 minutes, that I actually just painted the edge of this canvas, and then I'll probably try to pick it up from the edge and get paint all over myself. That's why I don't normally do this part, because it's so easy to just like fuck up, and then you grab it and then you get paint on everything else because you forgot the edges are wet. Alright. Does it have a middle bar? Okay, it does. Have that little piece of wood in the middle. I can hold it right there and paint this side. Maybe I should have took a picture of it before I got this far. gonna be a wrap for me for a little while. Okay. Amazing. You stuck with me the whole time, bro. You're a real one. I ain't gonna lie. You're a real one. Yeah, you know, always remember, man. I don't give you no credit for your ideas. Just like you, hey man, but just be honest, as honest as I can. I don't give no credit for ideas. I'm trying to get it wrapped up. It's already fucking lunchtime, bro. Get this thing wrapped up. Alright, yeah. We are out of here. Just put this in here. Okay. I don't want this thing focused. What the hell? I hate this camera on here. man. But oh, broski, you know how we do it, dog. Same bat time, same bat channel. I definitely catch you up in that time, broski. It's not that I need one. I think I deserve a little break. We did good this morning, man. We did good. That was my goal for today. Is just getting this underpainting done, and so now we can just walk our way through the details and get this commission to the beautiful family that ordered this piece. So I made some really good leadway today. The whole underpainting is done. I'm satisfied with that. You know? Yeah, a solid session for sure, bro. This was a good solid session. We don't do it all the time. We don't do it. Sometimes we sit here and talk shit and bullshit and smoke weed for 2 hours and won't do shit. And that's fine too. But today, motherfuckers we got some shit done today, bro. We got something done. It was like you say, it was a good solid session. Yes, it was. It was a nice one. I sure appreciate the company too, man. Damn. It's hard to do it by myself sometimes. I like having people to talk to. I like having people to chill with while we in here. So once again, man, I appreciate it every time. Thanks for having my back against all the trolls, and appreciate you spending some time in the studio with me, checking out the progress on the paintings. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll get with you next time, bro.